I'd like for us to go ahead and call our meeting to order. I'd like to say welcome to everyone to this public meeting of the Public Accounts Committee. As is our custom, before we actually begin our deliberations this morning, I'd like to ask Mr. Winston Conley, a member of the PAC, if he would lead us in a word of prayer. Winston?
Please stand. O God, our Heavenly Father, in whom we put our trust, our hopes, and our aspirations, we beseech you to guide over these deliberations today. Guide our questions and the answers so that they may be put to good use and be relevant to the circumstances. We ask you to bless the chairman, give him the wisdom to undertake these proceedings, all the members and witnesses, so that when we finish our deliberations, they can be put to the glory of God and the betterment of the Cayman Islands. Ask all these in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please be seated. I'd like the record to reflect that we are quorate. Notwithstanding that, we have had apologies from Captain Eugene Ebanks, who we understand is off island, and Mr. Bush had indicated that he's doing his efforts to make it here, but he will be late if he does make it at all. Really, the one item on our agenda today are to hold these public hearings and discussions regarding the Auditor General's performance reports on governance in the Cayman Islands government. These reports were released by the Auditor General in January of 2014, and it has taken us some time to be able to convene a PAC to hold these public hearings. The report comprises 5 papers, one dealing with the key messages from the reports. Let me make sure I get my, sorry. The first report describes the governance framework in the Cayman Islands. Second report describes how core government manages resources, followed by the accountability of statutory authorities and government companies, and a survey of statutory authorities and government companies' governance, and finally, the key messages coming from this investigative report. As is our custom to at this point, I would like to welcome the Auditor General and his team to this meeting and invite him at this time to make an opening statement with regard to the content and the findings of this report. Auditor General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Public Accounts Committee, officials from the Ministry of Finance, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have with me today Mr. Garnet Harrison, the Deputy Auditor General, and Mr. Martin Rubin, the Audit Principal responsible for performance audits and who led the audit work supporting the reports you will be reviewing today. Thank you for the opportunity to make some opening remarks. I would like to take the committee members through the reasoning for conducting the audit work being discussed today, discuss some of the key findings, and to highlight how we believe government could use these reports to improve how it manages public resources. Over the last 10 years, the Office of the Auditor General has issued a number of special reports or performance audit reports that highlight significant deficiencies in how government manages public resources. For example, we reported on deficiencies about how government manages procurement and found that there were significant opportunities for saving money and reducing the risk of waste and abuse. After issuing this and other reports, we saw that the government has taken limited action to address the problems we identified. Rather than continuing to report on the same problems again and again, such as government activities that lack transparency and accountability, don't obtain value for money or waste public resources, we commenced work in late 2012 to get at what we believe are the underlying causes for the problems and why the government was unable to address them. The Office undertook a significant review of governance to address the underlying issues and assess whether the governance framework operating in the Cayman Islands government is fit for purpose and if it was operating as it was intended. Whilst good governance across government is important for ensuring compliance and conformance with the standards and principles expected of a robust democratic society and economy, more importantly, it is about ensuring better outcomes and results for residents, such as better education, better healthcare, and a better quality of life generally. As we note in our reports, good governance leads to good management, good performance, good stewardship of public money, good public engagement, and ultimately good outcomes. The foundation for the governance framework in the Cayman Islands has been established by the Constitution, the Public Management and Finance Law and the Financial Regulations, the Public Service Management Law, and the Personnel Regulations. We use the principles of good governance as laid out by the United Kingdom Independent Commission on Good Governance as our benchmark or criteria for our assessment. These principles are very similar to many other studies and papers that outline what good governance should look like in public sector entities. The principles are straightforward and can be followed by any government of any size. Following the principles of good governance to the extent possible would ensure that the Cayman Islands government operates in a fully transparent manner and is accountable for its actions and the resources it uses. In carrying out our work, we found that the governance framework is, for the most part, fit for purpose and effectively designed to enable government to deliver the kinds of services expected by the people of the Cayman Islands. We noted some exceptions, and in some instances it is overly complex. But on the whole, we believe that the Constitution and the major legislation in place provides a good framework. One of the reports we issued, titled Describing the Framework, provides a description of this framework and its importance to the transparency and accountability for the collection and use of public monies. Our reports highlight, however, significant deficiencies in how this governance framework has been implemented and operated in the Cayman Islands government, both in core government and in the statutory authorities and government companies. Administrators in government have implemented systems and practices that focus on activities, not results. And for the Legislative Assembly, this means that it doesn't know how well programs and services are being delivered for the resources being spent. In effect, while the Public Management and Finance Law, Public Service Management Law, and the Constitution provide a clear framework for government to manage public resources effectively, no one has taken the leadership and put in place an implementation plan for the policies, systems, and practices that need to exist for good governance to be followed. Some of the significant weaknesses identified in my reports relate to the lack of clarity in responsibilities between politicians and administrators, and the involvement of politicians in the administrative transactions associated with government operations. While we have clearly documented the role of ministers and officials in our report, we found that they frequently operate outside their stated roles. By operating outside the realm of good governance, the Cayman Island government faces increased risk of poor decision-making, wasting public funds, abuse and corruption, and a significant decrease in accountability and transparency, all of which we have seen through our audits in recent years. We believe this issue results in wasted government expenditure. At a time when the government has a tremendous challenge to save money to make their budgets work, more needs to be done to establish a clearer understanding of the framework for the roles and responsibilities of politicians and administrators in the Cayman Islands government. The second major weakness I would like to raise in my opening remarks is the lack of sound accountability framework for the statutory authorities and government companies. While the legislation is sufficiently clear on what needs to be done, and the roles and responsibilities of ministers, chief officers, and boards of directors, no one has taken the leadership role to appropriately develop the policies, systems, and practices to hold these entities to account, and more importantly, for these entities to operate effectively to deliver the results for the people of the Cayman Islands. The continuing impact of this lack of accountability is a waste of public funds. The 5 reports you have before you today address governance from 4 different perspectives. The 5th report is a summary of the 4 reports and a description of the key messages included in those reports. And again, I would like to mention that the reports highlight many issues that show the Cayman Islands government is operating outside the realm of good governance. For example, an important element of good governance is a strong culture of ethics and values reinforced by a solid management framework. We found that while there are elements implemented like a code of conduct, a set of public service values and seminars, there is a lack of consistent action to ensure ethics and values are embedded continuously reinforced. We are pleased to say that we have had good discussions on these reports with the Deputy Governor and his team, and that he has provided a comprehensive response to the recommendations in the audit reports. However, we are concerned that government is once again addressing significant governance and management issues with passing more legislation. We believe that the administrative arm of government needs to reorganize itself more effectively, develop a comprehensive change management strategy, and identify individuals to lead the key change management initiatives that would address the many issues that we identified in the 4 reports. Without taking some type of action along these lines, the Office of the Auditor General will undoubtedly continue to report on systematic poor performance and the inability for government to provide transparent and accountable services to the people of the Cayman Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Just one point of clarity before I open it up for members to ask you questions they may have. Did you say that the Deputy Governor had provided a comprehensive response to the report? Because I'm not sure that we have a copy here at this committee.
He responded to the the recommendations in the 2 audit reports.
Okay. So they are here in these reports. Okay, fair enough.
He's got a response in the recommendations in both the report on the accountability of statutory authorities and government companies and how core government manages resources.
Okay.
I would say that we had some very good discussions with him regarding the contents of the reports and how he sees to take the things forward.
In one of your key messages, you state that you acknowledge that the Constitution and legislation provides a solid foundation for good governance. But you make a statement, or one of the key messages is that there have been significant weaknesses in compliance with the governance framework. What are your thoughts on what are the root causes for that weak compliance?
Root causes. I think some of the key issues are around strong leadership on the implementation of the legislation and the frameworks that supported that originally, strategic planning around how you're going to do that, and underpinning that, putting in clear systems and practices to support what the intention of the legislation is. And those are some of the key gaps in terms of what we see.
How would you describe the culture of compliance within the civil service or within government, core government?
Challenging at times, I have to say. I think we just take the financial statements as an example, a straightforward example in reporting on that. The culture of compliance has been, we can see that over the years, has been weak at best. And challenging, and whilst we are making improvements, it's still a challenge, and that's all just still focused on terms of getting an annual set of financial statements together rather than a performance report, and the culture and I think we'll see it on other reports around things like procurement. We see clear gaps in terms of how procurement's managed and undertaken. The travel and hospitality report recently shows a clear evidence of lack of compliance, and there's the systems and practices that are not in place to ensure that compliance takes place. I'm not saying that people aren't trying to do a good job and not trying to do the right thing, but the practices and systems are not there and not consistent to ensure that that happens. To provide assurance, for example, to the chief officers that they have a strong, robust systems of internal control, and that they can be assured that the information they get is fair and represents what the situation actually is. So there is I think this is still very challenging from that perspective.
So is it more of processes and controls issue?
I think there's a mixture as well in terms of intentional as well, in terms of avoiding the rules or working around them. But that, I can't say that's everywhere or anything widespread, but we see instances all the time around subversion of the systems and processes or the laws and regulations that are in place.
Okay. Members of the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you seen an improvement, or have you seen, has the government become more proactive in addressing their governance, the weaknesses in the governance framework since the signing of the framework for fiscal responsibility?
We're seeing it in certain key aspects. If we talk about, for example, major projects, we're seeing some clear improvements in governance about how you take forward some major projects around outline business cases, strategic outline business cases, trying to do the right thing about effective planning before you actually engage in going through the process of procuring what you want, actually trying to identify what you actually want and need, putting a strategy in place. We've seen there are improvements about trying to put the horse, not trying to put the cart before the horse now, we're trying to put the horse in front of the cart. So we're seeing some examples of that. I think there's still a lot of work to go in terms of trying to move the core governance processes, but I am seeing clear examples of improvements in terms of how you take forward some of the major projects.
Mr. Chairman, through you, how do you measure the success and results from those changes that are taking place?
Some of that will be long term in terms of seeing the measuring the results. I think one of the key issues we found is the focus of government has been on activities rather than the results that you're trying to achieve. So there's no clear identification of what you're actually trying to achieve as a government, be that at the political level or the administrative level. There's no clear articulation of that. And for example, through the budget process, we see lots of activities being included in the budgets, but what's the clear outcomes you're trying to achieve in terms of what results are you trying to achieve? We see that through the statutory authorities, government companies, and then up through the core government. So no clear delineation of what you're trying to achieve, and then no effective reporting on what you've actually delivered against that. So, for example, it's very challenging for yourselves as legislators to see what's been budgeted for, what was actually achieved, what was it planned to achieve, and did it actually achieve it, or what was the gap in that achievement? So it's very challenging to see that. In terms of some of the specific projects, you'll see it eventually through effective procurement and effectively getting value for money, and actually getting a solution that was what's fit for purpose through effective strategic planning and meeting the needs of the Cayman Islands.
Can I just ask one question? You highlighted that issue with regard to the outputs being purchased and there's no real clear measure or of the outcomes. Isn't that one of the shortcomings of the PMFL itself, in that particular section was, I think it was removed from the amended and
well, am
I right?
It was removed from the PMFL especially because there was no system and practice and process to actually measure the outputs, and whether outputs is the right measure is another question, because maybe it's outcomes and a mixture of performance measures rather than specifically outputs. But that's for the discussion for probably another time. But that was removed because basically nobody could comply with it at the time. There was no system and practice to capture the information, no places in place, and it was impeding the actual presentation of information and laying and tabling of financial statements, for example, in this House, and actually getting audits completed and signed off. So I think that was a pragmatic step at the time, but there's a clear need for effective. There's still a requirement to report on performance in the PMFL, which was still left, but it wasn't required to report on the outputs that are budgeted. And to be honest, a lot of the outputs that were budgeted didn't provide any real clear idea of what you were trying to achieve at the end of the day, what results you were looking for. A lot of it was around activities and information that wasn't of much use from my perspective.
When we talk about the performance agreements and measuring performance, this is done by the Deputy Governor's office. Have you found any instances where performance was deemed to be in question, and if it was, what the outcome of that was?
Are we
If
talking
you
about?
understand the question?
Are we talking about individual specific performance agreements here?
Correct.
I have to say we haven't done a detailed review of HR practices and their review of the actual performance agreements. What I can say is that there has to be consequences for lack of performance, and from our area of expertise around, for example, financial management and financial reporting, there have been clear examples of deficiencies in performance, some significant deficiencies in performance, and from our perspective, has that created any consequences or any action? I don't know the full story, or I haven't seen the performance agreements with individuals, but from our perspective, there were significant issues which kept continuing for year after year after year and weren't resolved, and that has to be around performance management and a lack of effective performance management at that time.
And I guess just one final question then is, if the deputy governor is responsible for the performance management and nothing is done, then who's responsible for the deputy governor?
I think constitutionally it's the governor, as I recall. I think I have, in terms of my perspective in terms of what's been happening around performance management, it wasn't actually happening for a long time. And that the first step is actually make it to happen, which is what the deputy governor is focused on from my perspective at this stage. Now, what that actually means and actually taking that as an effective mechanism to manage the performance of staff is the next step maybe. Or I know his direct reports, the chief officers, he is trying to hold them effectively accountable, but then it's got to filter down through the process, and that comes back to the issues around ethics and values as well. Are we embracing appropriate ethics and values in terms of looking at our performance management and how we assess those people that report to us through the system, and doing that effectively, and so that we can actually improve how government works and operates.
Any other questions from members?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How important or how critical would the lack of a national strategic plan have on the outcomes that you're looking for result-driven outcomes?
I think it's important, however you talk about it, whether it's clear policy and policy objectives which set out what you're trying to achieve through your policies at the political level. It's clear that administrators, the government, the civil service side need to have clear objectives and direction of what they're trying to achieve through the use of the resources that they're spending on behalf of the government to achieve those objectives. So if there's lack of clarity in your overall, what your outcomes that the political arm are trying to address, it's challenging for the civil service to actually implement those policies, and achieve those results and objectives. So strategic planning is fundamental to some of this. Whether it's looking at strategic planning in portfolio basis, like what you're trying to achieve in terms of health outcomes or educational outcomes, and setting that clearly and establishing, and then setting out what you're going to do to achieve those outcomes, and then measuring how you're getting to that position. It's all fundamental. It's all linked from that perspective. So if you've got very broad, unclear, like there's some examples in the SPS that we see around reducing crime, but what does that actually mean in terms of what you're trying to achieve? It's just very generic. Or improving healthcare. You need to be a bit more specific about what you're trying to achieve. What outcomes are you really looking for? Otherwise, it's very challenging, and it leaves it up to interpretation as well. The other aspect is considered in terms of the civil service needs to plan strategically about how they can effectively help to deliver those things as well, about how they manage their resources internally in terms of how they organize themselves effectively to deliver effectively for the government as well.
Mr. Chairman, through you, in terms of the priority areas to get this right, after you've done your report, you've gotten a response from the deputy governor. What follow-up is there in terms of identifying the priority areas together and then working out a plan where you two, when I say you two, the Office of the Deputy Governor and the Office of the Auditor General are in dialogue and in tandem to just kind of measure how these are going? Because right now we're getting them maybe once a year. I mean, is there any dialogue along that process just to kind of as a litmus test to seeing, okay, we said we were going to do this for the next year. These were the priority areas. Now we're achieving these on a quarterly basis or not. That means that we need to step up and be, know that in a year's time we're going to have to table a report and report this to government. Is that process going on?
I would say we have ongoing dialogue, but the process is not that structured at this stage. And maybe that's something we need to consider about taking forward myself with the Deputy Governor about how we do look at that sort of thing. I know from their perspective, they've obviously been having some of the key tasks around the EY review to actually address some of these issues and bring some strategic thinking to the process. So that is obviously a big step forward, and we look forward to seeing what comes out of that. I think that will be probably one of the key drivers for change. It will be putting in a strategic plan to address the outcomes from that and how you're going to go forward, both in terms of from the policy side and also from perspective in terms of the administrative side, how you organize yourself effectively to deliver what the recommendation and the challenge that they suggest.
In your report as well, you said that the role of the Legislative Assembly and Cabinet should be to enact legislation. You talked about coercive revenue in some instances, different things that affect governance. In terms of legislation, what is the kind of immediate legislation that you would recommend or advise government to take into consideration?
I try to get away from recommending the legislation, I have to be honest. A lot of what we're talking about is not specifically about legislation, it's about improving how you manage government, and this doesn't necessarily require legislation. Obviously there's some issues around the public management and finance law need to be addressed, and to make things more simplified and straightforward so it's effective, to enable legislators to clearly see what they're approving in terms of resources and what they're for, and then getting reporting and accountability back about how the government has actually used the resources that have been approved by this House. That's a fundamental. So that I think that's probably from my perspective, and that's probably biased by my role in terms of the financial aspects, in terms of that. But I think a lot of the provisions are there already. It's about actually effectively using them and managing them. Some of it's about providing greater clarity in legislation about roles and responsibilities and accountability lines, potentially, around making sure that everybody's clear about where those statutory authorities in government companies, how do they report into government, and how does that relationship actually effectively work in terms of what they achieve, and being clear about that. So some of these are key things, and I would suggest that some of that's already there, but it's making sure that it's entirely clear, and then that people actually respect it.
Mr. Chairman, through you, in your report, when you spoke about the timely reporting of financials, etc., you said that accountability within core government is significantly undermined. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on that a little bit for me?
In terms of the timely financial reporting?
Yeah.
Well, financial reporting, actually getting a financial report is one thing, but doing it on a timely basis is another thing. Financial reporting is, apart from being accountability documents, is there for helping decision making as well. And if it's not timely, you can't achieve either of those objectives, to hold people effectively accountable for what they've done in the recent past, or to use it to help make decisions about what you're going to do in the future. So if you don't have timely reporting, it effectively undermines the operation, and that's not just annual financial reports, it's during the year as well. If you don't have timely financial management information throughout the year, it makes it very challenging for anybody to make an effective decision about the priority for what resources you have and what you can use with those, do with those resources.
Mr. Chairman, in this I was reading, you specifically made reference to government programs. And that information, it says, however, information on the results achieved by government programs is largely not available. Combined, these observations mean that accountability within core government is significantly undermined.
Yeah. The other aspect of this is that you're just getting financial statements without any information about performance at the same time. Now, the whole mechanism of the PMFL was designed to provide you with output information at the same time as the financial statements, but the output information was complex, detailed, and whether it actually provided relevant information about the service performance is another question altogether. My personal view is it didn't. But you still need to have performance information about what has actually been delivered and what you've actually achieved as part of, and that has to be part of the annual report as well as the financial statements. So that what we're seeing at the moment is effectively that most people are just tabling financial statements and there's no actual annual reports, which is still the requirement of the PMFL, which talks about broader performance and what results have actually been achieved for the resources they've used. So that's a fundamental, and if you don't have that, accountability is effectively further undermined from that perspective. The financial statements provide you an accounting of what the money's been spent on, but there's no commentary on the financial statements either at this present time, generally speaking, for each individual entity. So for a layperson to interpret what those financial statements actually mean as well is challenging. So there's a number of aspects to this.
Final question from me, Mr. Chairman. Do you support the government moving to a 2-year budget?
We're sort of getting into the realms of policy decisions here to an extent, but I can see the merits, but in terms of, especially for a smaller jurisdiction and time and capacity issues, I am not an expert, I haven't seen it in any other jurisdiction. So how it actually operates is probably more the question of how it's effectively managed, and how do you ensure that you provide accountability during the course of that 2-year period for resources effectively. And it'll be about, the devil will be in the detail around how you effectively implement that, I have to be honest. And whether it gives the opportunity for members of this House to effectively scrutinise the spending plans of government as the biggest question, I suppose, around that, the implementation of a 2-year budget. But those are personal views in terms of that, rather than the Office of the Auditor General views at this time, I have to say.
Mr. Chairman, through you, in terms of stakeholder, I guess, accountability and engaging stakeholders, what evidence has there been in movements to do so in terms of, or after your report, or has there been any move to engage the voting public and to discuss what plans, actions, movements, all those things that come out of these reports?
Yeah. It's difficult to give an objective answer in terms of what we've seen subsequently, because we haven't actually analysed the data in that sense. I can say from anecdotally, there's been evidence, heard evidence of further consultation on various aspects. For example, Sunday trading is the clear one I've seen recently, heard recently, and other aspects. But I can't really give you a definitive answer in terms of that at this stage.
This time then we'll go ahead and we'll call our first witness into the chamber. I believe that Mrs. Gloria McField Nixon and Mrs. Jennifer Ahern. Thank you, ladies. Please have a seat here on the right, if you would. Welcome to this meeting of the Public Accounts Committee. For the sake of the record, would you each speak into the microphone and tell us your name and your position?
Gloria McPhail Nixon. I'm the Chief Officer for the Portfolio of the Civil Service.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Ahern. I'm the Chief Officer in the Ministry of Health, Sports, Youth and Culture.
Thank you, Ms. Ahern. Welcome again to you both. Members of the committee, you are free to question these ladies.
Mr. Chairman, just through you, can we ask what the two chief officers, and either of them can come in on this. I don't need both to answer. If one of them could describe the main challenges as they relate to shortcomings described in the Auditor General's report on how core government basically carries out and manages resources. And if in that first answer, could you then go on to specifically address the Auditor General's concerns around your accountability for delivering services and programs with regard to the value for money and achieving good outcomes? And I know that was a mouthful, but I can break it down again.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. That is, as you said, a very full question, very loaded question to some degree. I will try to answer to the best of my ability as it relates to my areas of responsibility for HR matters across the civil service. I would say that the challenges that arise from the findings of the report, Mr. Chairman, are numerous. At the very preamble of the report, the auditors have pointed out something that I think is very relevant, which is that the good governance framework that we seek to pursue really needs to be contextual. It needs to take into consideration the culture, the resources, the logistical implications of the approach that's adopted, and our ability to be able to achieve the same within the reasonable timeframes. So one of the things that will obviously appear as a key challenge for leaders across the civil service, myself not being excluded, would be resource implications. In my case, in addition to the responsibilities that are set out in the PMFL for all chief officers for financial management, I also have statutory obligations that are set out in the Public Service Management Law that relate to the core responsibilities for the portfolio of the civil service. We will have strategic objectives that will arise as well over the course of the year. These can be driven by political mandates, but also by risk assessments arising mainly from audit findings that have demonstrated key weaknesses that exist in a systemic situation that will then also form part of our work program. What we'll find, though, within that context of tiers of both statutory obligations, strategic obligations, and then our ongoing operational obligations is that managers across the civil service find themselves challenged to meet an ever-evolving governance expectations, demands from the public in general, and fewer resources to contend with that, both in terms of the talent available to us to meet that, as well as some of the capitalization that would help us to have better management systems from an IT perspective, as well as key access to specialized talent that might be necessary to pursue these issues, these opportunities, address these risks in a timely manner. So I would say that resources continues to be a major issue. I'm sure that it is one that is experienced by the Audit Office itself in the mandate that they have, and you will find that as a common theme throughout the service. Other issues that we have, from my perspective, is that there is in terms of roles and responsibilities, we have a decentralized HR environment, but we continue as a government to try to strike the right balance with decentralization. That is a process. So to the extent that we once totally devolved responsibility for financial decisions and HR decisions, we're seeing an increasing trend towards centralization, again, of procurement, of to a large degree, HR management as well. And we don't have ourselves, our structures completely reorganized to be able to facilitate that. So we're trying to, we're straddled both within a decentralized environment and increasingly a centralized decision-making process, and we're trying to contend within, again, those resource challenges to facilitate those opportunities, those lessons learned. In terms of the issues that we've had, and you've seen highlighted about the proper roles and responsibilities of chief officers vis-a-vis elected officials. The discussions that we're having in the Cayman Islands is not unique. These discussions are happening across the world. I've been to conferences in Canada where we've had senior officials have very lively debates, and this is after the senior bureaucrat and the senior politician were both long out of office. They still had very strong views about what was the proper balance to be struck. And the Deputy Governor has spoken about this recently during a UCCI conference, and speaking to the fact that elected officials have a role to play, and that their interest in matters cannot always be seen as political interference. And similarly, while chief officers and senior government officials and public officials and statutory authorities and government-owned companies are not supposed to be political, that cannot be the same as being apathetic to political sensitivities. And so there is a continuing dialogue and tension, a natural tension that exists between those two forces, and that will sometimes play out in unforeseen ways. And I think that our systems need to be better improved to address that conflict that arises in every context, in every country, but to allow for us to where those seem to put the chief officer in a difficult position related to their legal requirements, and I'm thinking specifically now within the context of PMFL, that we have the ability to make frank disclosures, that there is some system in place that allows for disclosures to be made that will, give transparency to that process without seeming to rush to judgment about the correctness of the political person's involvement or not. So I think there are some system improvements that could be made that way. Our business processes continue to evolve. We have a very full reform agenda, but there are things that need to be done, in my view, to help us achieve the outcomes that we are seeking. In my example, again, I'm referring to this within the context of HR, we've spoken about the processes involved in pulling together a budget. And the auditors have pointed out that in some cases we have some very complex procedures that there's a question as to the extent to which the broader outcome that the public is expecting is fully articulated and achieved in that process. And as an example, within my context, from a requirement to manage headcount and to manage expenditures within personnel, I find that the HR persons are involved in the tail end of that process rather than going into the strategic discussions that relate to how talent is going to be used in the coming year, and in particular how we're going to invest in increased personnel. So this is an ongoing discussion. We believe that the business process could be improved. So this is just one example. This is a concrete example within my areas of responsibility. But these are some of the challenges that we continue to have. So I could go on. One of the matters that I'm cause to reflect on as well is the notion of the timeliness of the management information available to us. There is a perception and no doubt a frustration amongst elected officials, amongst the public, I would dare say even amongst managers, that it appears as though the lessons are not heeded when we have audit findings coming out. And that may very well be because some of our audit reports, for no doubt very salient reasons, are historical documents. And so we're looking at a time period that might be 4 or 5 years earlier, and then we're frustrated to find out that the audited results for the following year don't seem to heed the lessons of the prior year's audit. Well, that year has also passed. That opportunity to incorporate that finding has passed. So there are some issues that we're going to have to, as managers, contend with that really relate to the timeliness of the findings and the issues that are arising that are systemic to our delivery of services, because that affects our ability to govern, and it certainly affects the success that we can hope to achieve in a timely manner. So I hope that I have addressed at different levels what I see as really being some of the challenges coming out of this report. In terms of how we contend with that, excuse me, we try to strike the right balance. Our annual workloads are very ambitious and aggressive. For very salient reasons. There are some very pressing issues that we need to get on with. But to the extent that we don't have the bandwidth to take advantage of opportunities that arise in the interim between budgetary cycles, and we'll have to contend with what is the opportunity cost, which is something that we really haven't addressed. What is our capacity to be be nimble? And this is at that sort of 30,000 feet. We're not just speaking about government in the delivery of certain widgets, but what is our national capacity to be competitive? And we have to reflect upon to what extent do our complex systems not allow us to take advantage of something that should be innate in our composition as a small country. So these are, from my reflections, some of the challenges that I can think of. Thank you.
Ms. Ahern, do you have anything to add to that statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's not a lot more for me to add. Gloria's touched on a lot of the issues, I think, that affect us across the service. One of the challenges I think that we see, she referred to our business processes, but certainly our strategic policy statement, our budget formulation processes. I think what we've found, or what my experience has been, is that the framework is a bit cumbersome for trying to produce this in a strategic manner. And there's been an inconsistency in terms of what the expectations are from us into that process. In some years, there's been a very active engagement of the chief officers and the ministries with the strategic policy statement formulation. Other years, it's been done strictly at a cabinet level. And then we've had another occasion where we were quite literally caught off guard because we were told, well, why didn't you submit this? And we weren't actually asked for it. So I think if we could look at some way to streamline those processes and have some consistent requirements from year to year, that would help us a lot. And one of the sort of issues Gloria referred to, being nimble and being able to respond. The timeframes that we work in for our budget process sometimes mean that we have cast our budgets so far in advance of actually delivering the services that we haven't anticipated some change or some shift in our environment, and we're sometimes a bit restricted in terms of how we're able to respond to those changes. So that's something that we need to be aware of and find ways to work with. The issues of governance for the SAGCs is something I think that the reports have spoken to in some detail. And one of the big challenges that we have is there's an inconsistency across the SAGCs and the relationships between the ministers, the ministries, and the SAGCs. Some SAGCs have ministry staff on boards. Other pieces of legislation governing them allow for ministers to issue directives preemptively but not in reaction. Some of them don't address that at all, and I think that one of the things that would really benefit us with that in terms of governance, and I understand that there's some work being done, is to look at some consistent standards across the board for the governance of SAGCs and the relationships between SAGCs and the ministries. One of the other things that the report on how core government manages resources that was addressed was that roles are clearly defined but not always followed. Certainly, having worked with a number of different ministers, I can say that when it's understood that as a chief officer we are to take care of delivering on the policy directives that we have been given, and that the sort of day-to-day administration is really left to us as long as we're working within that policy directive that we've been given, that tends to facilitate things a little more easily than if we are left, than if we're in a situation where there's co-management, if you will, of administration of an entity, whether it's a department or a ministry. And I understand, because of the size of the government, because of the importance of the work that we do, and because of the proximity day to day with the elected arm versus the civil service, that it's very easy to see that happen. But I think that ministers do themselves a disservice if they get too involved with that administrative aspect of it, and it can detract them from being able to focus on the strategic aspects somewhat. I've been very fortunate in my experience to have it go very well, but I'm aware of others that have not been quite as fortunate and have struggled with it, and it sometimes ends up in a situation where you spend more time trying to steer things back to where they need to be, or putting out fires when you could really just be getting on with things. I think, and another thing that's addressed here is the fact that we aren't fully focused on the results. The way that we cast our budget is output-based, but we're not really assessing whether we're achieving what it is that we're meant to be achieving, and are we achieving it in the best way that we should. An example from my time with mosquito research was our budget required 20 aerial sorties for larviciding or adulticiding, one of the outputs. But it didn't have a function for me to assess whether we were using the right methods, whether we were actually killing any of the mosquitoes when we sent the plane up. All that I had to report was that, yes, the plane had taken off and landed 20 times in the financial year, and there was really no means to be able to say that that was the best way to have done it. What if we didn't need to fly 20 times? What if we had a dry season and the hatch and strand had been so effective that actually we didn't need to do that much aerial control? Under the framework that we had, we still, in theory, in order to achieve our target, would have had to send the plane up 20 times, basically, whether we needed to or not. and there wasn't the piece to say that we had achieved what we needed to achieve, that we had done it effectively, and we had done it well. So I say that with the risk of adding to the complexity of the system that we have. But I just think, and my understanding is that initially when PMFL was being rolled out, when FMI was coming out, that was the next piece that was meant to come, the effectiveness piece. And we haven't gotten there yet. But the system that we have now, I believe, is quite cumbersome, and I would hate to see us adding to it. But I do think, in terms of the complexity and the workload requirements and everything else, but I do think that if we could look at the effectiveness of the services, I think that's an important piece for us to try and add in.
Ms. Ahern, you are Chief Officer overseeing a fairly large ministry within government. I believe several SAGCs fall under your remit. How do you manage these entities within this framework?
I think, and I think I mentioned this when I met with the Auditor General on this audit, because of the way the SAGCs are set up, and because of the inconsistencies across them, I'm in a fairly fortunate situation in that because of the personalities that are currently in the different roles, things seem to be working very well in terms of the lines of communication from the ministry to the SAGCs and the understanding of how the SAGC should be delivering on the government's mandates and policy directives. So I think it's been, as I said, it's been more of a function of the players that are currently there than evidence that the governance system is sufficiently in place to do it. And it is because of the sometimes confused reporting relationships. It does present some challenges in dealing with the SAGCs and sometimes their accountability.
Members of the committee, continue.
Just to touch on the SAGCs, in your view, what should that reporting roadmap be, and who should SAGCs under this system be accountable to, level by level?
I imagine that's a much larger question than I can really begin to tackle on my own, but I think the key is to make sure that the reporting relationships and the reporting requirements are very clearly laid out, and that there are means and processes put in place that everybody understands in terms of being able to feed the government's policy directives into an SAGC and make sure that they're delivering in accordance with those policy directives. As I mentioned, some SAGCs, for example, the Health Services Authority law, allows for the Minister of Health to issue a directive to the Health Services Authority Board only on something that has not yet come before the board, so only preemptively. But if there were something that was to come to the board or to the authority that requires something unanticipated, strictly speaking, there isn't a legal ability for government, the elected government, to feed back to the authority a directive or any guidance or direction on a matter that's come up to them. And I'm not familiar with all of the different legislation for the different SAGCs, but that's the one for the Health Services Authority. Some of the laws are actually silent on whether or not a minister can issue a directive to the board. And I think, if it was just to be consistent and to be clarified, and to make sure that there's appropriate checks and balances. The concern is you want to have the SAGC deliver their services in accordance with what the policies are of government, and you want to make sure that there's some ability to monitor their delivery and also to have some control over their expenditures that they're taking. Not to say that the minister needs to be able to dictate that they should spend $50 on paper clips and $100 on paper, but I think we've seen some inconsistencies across the SAGCs in things like salaries and duty allowances and bonuses and those sorts of things. And it's often in a situation with an SAGC who is receiving funds from central government as opposed to giving back. So, yeah. But I think, while I can't say that it should be X, Y, and Z in terms of what the framework should look like, I think there should be a consistent framework across the board that is applied to the SAGCs that will make it clear for everybody, and it's for everyone's protection. It's for the minister, it's for the chief officer, it's for the board, it's for the CEO to have a very clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities and the reporting.
In your opinion, though, Ms. Ahern, the difficulties and the shortcomings you describe, can they be solved more and dealt with more as a legislative issue, or is it more of a policy issue?
I think the benefit to addressing it legislatively would be that it would ensure, particularly if there's a public authorities bill, which is what I understand is being worked on, it would ensure that there's one set of guidelines that would be governing the governance structure for these authorities across the board. I think if it was to be left at a policy level, that it would depend on whether it was going to be a policy for each SAGC or one policy. I just think that having it enshrined in legislation would just make it much more clearer for everybody involved and would give it the teeth that it needs. Policy is if you do something contrary to policy, then basically you're told, well, you've done something contrary to policy and you really shouldn't do that and don't do it again. But there's no, you can't really build in a recourse. What happens if we violated this policy? Who has the opportunity to correct us on it? And whereas if it's in legislation, it can be clearly defined. These are the structures, these are the reporting requirements, and what the consequences or the actions could be for redress if they're not followed.
I just wanted to follow through with where we were going with this, because, and I hear you with regard to the legislative aspect of it, but one of the difficulties, I think the shortcomings the Auditor General highlighted in his report is oftentimes a lack of compliance with what is already required in legislation. And perhaps I'd like to get views from perhaps both of you as to why is that seem to be a continuing issue for government and within the core government services and even the SAGCs as well.
Mr. Chairman, if I could address the aspect that we were speaking of just a moment in terms of statutory authorities and the issues that arise from being able to comply with the laws and policies that exist. What we've pointed out to is that there's not appeared to have been a rational approach to the rules and the legislative powers that have been specified in individual bespoke enabling legislation. So you can have statutory authority A with a very different reporting relationship than statutory authority B. And that helps to create some of the confusion, and it actually goes one step further and cements part of the dysfunction. So we do need to have this review of the legislation so that we can have rational outcomes and we can have consistent outcomes. So I would put the emphasis on, and again, not wanting to make the systems more complex, but in order to achieve a consistent approach and to give some ease of comprehension to the public, to chief officers and so forth about the rules that apply, we do need to tidy that up. And I would say that in terms of the disconnect that exists right now, that is very much evident in the approaches that are taken on the HR side. We do have in the PMFL the ability for that law to be applicable within the statutory authorities and government-owned companies, but the employment laws differ between core government and the statutory authorities. There are some very salient reasons why that should apply, but in the absence of a public authorities bill, when the core government finds itself in dire financial straits, which require for the public interest that austerity measures be applied, they only appear to have the clear power to do that at present within core government. So the consequence of that is these many years later, there's still pay cuts in place within the core government, but within statutory authorities and government-owned companies, some of them, you see bonuses, pay increases, cost of living adjustments. And our most recent audit of what's happening with headcount, we are anticipating that our initial results from the review of the self-reporting that comes in from statutory authorities and government-owned companies as to the number of staff that they have compared to our own internal numbers is showing that we might have for the financial year ending June 2014 a growth, albeit modest, marginal growth in the statutory authorities and government-owned companies where you see a decline within the core civil service. The net impact for the entire public service is still a decline, but it is eroded. Again, the performance is eroded by a disconnect in a sense of urgency and direction between core government and statutory authorities. This is just for one component of our performance management framework, but it's illustrative of the issues that apply and the consequences of not having an equal ability to manage all of the assets that the government is responsible for with some rational approach.
And this question is for either chief officer. The Auditor General obviously carries out his audits, tables reports which have recommendations. In your view, are chief officers sufficiently engaged in that process? Are you able to give feedback, criticism, constructive criticism, and other bits of information in that process? And in your view, is it a balanced process, the audit function? And I ask those questions to say this, in that we get recommendations, and you're tasked with acting on them if the deputy governor chooses that line, and I guess in collaboration with, or in discussion with you as his advisors to a certain degree. But how much of your recommendations, advice, etc., actually filters through back up and is issued in those reports at that time, these reports that we get?
Mr. Chair, through you. I think my experience in that regard, to be honest, has been mixed. I've had some experiences with the Auditor General's office and the reports and the recommendations where there's been a very productive dialogue, and the recommendations that they make largely are very, very beneficial. You know, the process is there to help improve what we do. And, and the joke between the Auditor General and I, he says, we're here to help, and I always say, we're glad you're here. And it's, what was it? It's the two first lies that come out in the meeting that you have, or some joke like that. But the fact is that I think by and large, they the recommendations and the work that they do has been useful and beneficial. The issues that I've encountered where it's not necessary, hasn't necessarily been the case, have been with audits where they're a little more technical, subject specific, and we have different taking off points, if you will, in terms of our understanding of the subject matter at hand. So not necessarily a financial audit, but more along the performance audits or the value for money audits, where we've reached a point where it's clear that we have to agree to disagree, but the report that comes out sometimes paints a much bleaker picture than what those of us on the other side of the table actually believe the case to be. And while they do incorporate some of our comments into their report, it is sometimes a situation where the headlines that get picked up, we've been, tried and hung before we even get a chance to open our mouths to respond. So I think largely the process works well, and then there are opportunities for us to engage, but there definitely are some instances where it's not quite as satisfactory an outcome for us as chief officers or as technical experts from the audit perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might add to the comments that my colleague made, and I fully endorse the comments that she had. I would also, highlight the fact that I think that the relationship between the audit office and the various ministries and portfolios is probably the strongest that it has, been in recent years, and that is despite some rather bruising, audit results. And I attribute that to the constructive engagement, the fact that there is dialogue, the fact that we have seen from the audit office a willingness to help improve and enhance the capacity of the organization to respond by doing things like Professional Development Week and highlighting areas of training priority. I see all of those as being very proactive steps, which is what I lead with. And then I go on to say, like all things, there's still areas for improvement. And as a chief officer, one of the areas that I'm keen to have us, enhance or develop or evolve the relationship with is even in the financial audits, to the extent that, and I've had experience in years past, not with my current responsibilities, but certainly in wearing other hats, where the process appears to get bogged down, and the ability for chief officers to be engaged during that process when there seems to be an issue between the auditor in the field and the individual managers who are responding, typically the finance personnel who are responding, that you don't end up many months after the fact with a qualified opinion, and you have a genuine concern as to the materiality of the point that seems to have raised that, and to what extent can this process facilitate, again, constructive engagement, so that we are able, and I would hope the point of all of our works, from whatever perspective that we sit as auditor or the individual company or department, is to be able to be transparent in our works and to demonstrate how our resources have been applied and to demonstrate the systems that we have for tracking that. And if there is just a genuine misunderstanding, that can be addressed in a more timely manner, and that there is a role for chief officers, and I would imagine the management of the audit office to play during that field work process, so that things don't get bogged down. And I'm often a bit frustrated to see audited reports come out, what appears to be years later, only to have them qualified. It seems as though that's a quite a protracted process, to say that I can't vouch for the information that's there. And then sometimes when you get behind the headlines and you look at what that matter is, you wonder whether there couldn't have been more proactive engagement to try to resolve the issue, and whether it is as material as has been put across, and can there be a process to facilitate our being able to address that, because the consequence otherwise is that millions of dollars are reported as not being able to be accounted for on behalf of government. So there's some very pronounced consequences for us not having, in my view, the best engagement during the audit process for management on either side.
Thank you, Chief Officer. My other question, or I guess two-part question again, which is the theme for the day, it seems, okay, is to ask, what happens once the audit report makes it to the Deputy Governor? Can you describe that process and how involved are the chief officers in the next steps? So we get this tabled, it gets presented to the Deputy Governor, he responds, I guess. I just want to understand the aftermath and the kind of steps to take to either take on the recommendations, ignore the recommendations, or come up with some sort of, well, we hear the recommendations, but we think these are actual priorities, etc. Just so the committee can get a better idea as to what actually happens versus kind of what is on paper that should happen.
I'm trying to go from best of my recollection and what actually happened with this report, for example. So my understanding is that the report would have been received. The initial draft report that was presented for management feedback would have been received. It would have been circulated for chief officers' awareness generally. I wasn't here at the time this particular report was received, so I know that that oftentimes happens. I do recall that there was a presentation on this report at a chief officers meeting chaired by the Deputy Governor to allow chief officers an opportunity to clarify the recommendations and the findings of the report, and then to further reflect upon those. There was a management response provided, and I can also say that in this case there was a very robust response provided, where the Premier was also involved in providing a response on behalf of government to the risk identified in the audit report, as well as our commitments to correcting the issues that have been identified. There has been very swift action on this particular report, as it related to the deficiencies in the governance of statutory authorities and government-owned companies. A committee was established that included participation from the private sector. The president of the Chamber of Commerce sat as part of a committee chaired by the Deputy Governor, which included representation from statutory authorities and government-owned companies, to review the Public Authorities Bill that had originally been drafted to be launched as part of the public sector reform some years ago, and had been stalled by opposition at the time to having that level of control of those arm's length bodies. The committee met. It has it consulted with the Auditor General in its proposed provisions for the law to see whether these seemed to address the issues that the audit found. So there was further engagement with the audit office, again, to make sure the solution was fit for the problems that had been identified, and then there's been consultation with caucus. So we've seen on this one report that there was engagement with the audit office, there was engagement at the senior levels of the elected government, the deputy governor was consulting with chief officers, there's been a response in terms of legislation to try to address some of the deficiencies that have been identified, which has included stakeholder consultation with the private sector, and the deputy governor, as part of performance management for his direct reports, includes as part of the strategic objectives for chief officers, some of the key findings that come out of audit reports, and a general requirement that chief officers adhere to the audit recommendations, accepted audit recommendations that come out of reports. So driving that right down into areas of responsibility and oversight and performance management for individual chief officers on an annual basis. So in this particular report, that has been the response. I can't say that every report would involve private sector engagement, the premier coming out at a press conference, but because this one was so overarching, there has been a very extensive response that has included engagement with chief officers, both in forums of chief officers meetings, further engagement with the audit office, written management response, engagement with the private sector, engagement with the political leadership, and preparation of a draft bill.
And in terms of reporting on the progress of that, is it proposed that this committee gets an update as to progress from the reports, and B, the wider government in terms of the Legislative Assembly? And I say that by saying, we get a number of recommendations in the reports. We get sometimes responses, but is there a kind of formalized, response saying we took these recommendations into consideration, we set in place these items, we discarded these, and here's the report on our progress? Is that something that's been discussed and agreed on, or is that something that's ongoing dialogue?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So in the audit report itself, under the recommendations and the management response, there is a detailed response which includes deadlines that have been set for planned implementation. Some of these include work that had already been completed at the time that the management response was provided, as well as forecast of when other work would be completed. I believe there is opportunity, if I'm understanding the member correctly, to allow the progress reports to continue even after the initial management response is provided. So whether there would be some scheduled dates where we would collectively provide response to audit findings without there having to be a subsequent audit to see whether things have moved along. And I take that point. I know that it is reviewed from the perspective of individual performance management, but that isn't necessarily visible to the other stakeholders, including, most importantly, the public. So I've taken note of your recommendation, and I'm brainstorming even as we speak about ways that we might create easily produced reporting templates and timeframes to provide the audit office as well as other key stakeholders with our response on these issues.
Mr. Chairman, through you. See, that's exactly what I was saying. So thanks for identifying that and already brainstorming for it, because I think at the end of the day, this committee has a responsibility to the ultimate stakeholders, which are the people of the Cayman Islands, and something that is easily digested and visual for them, I think will be a great help to assure them that, government is functioning and carrying out their wishes. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Ms. Chief Officer McFeel-Nixon, do you believe the government is effectively organized and staffed to deliver the public services and programs in a cost-effective manner and achieve good results?
It's a pleasure to be here. Through you, Mr. Chairman, we have accepted a challenge of delivering quality programs and services within the umbrella of resources provided. I can tell you that you will find as a common theme most managers saying that they struggle to keep pace not only with the delivery of services, but the unique regulatory obligations that government entities have that no other private business would experience. These relate to statutory obligations that are unique to government, our Bill of Rights obligations, the requirements that come out of the oversight bodies, our transparency agendas. These are all unique obligations that add an additional tier of expense that most private businesses would not be able to relate to. The level of stakeholder consultation that's required to arrive at a decision adds time, and time is money. Our decreasing headcount while we've increased services to the public means that in many functional areas we are down to minimum resources necessary to achieve the function. Now, having said that, there are areas that may not be of the same strategic priority, which may continue to be more fully resourced. So there is still room within what we have to look at ways of shifting resources, and that is something that I certainly try to promote when in trying to be nimble or trying to address key areas of deficiency, and managers approach us about new roles that need to be adopted but that are not contained within the budget. And I can tell you that within the past month I've looked at about 5 very strategic, very visible, high-profile roles. The pushback that we try to provide to them is to assess your work areas and to see whether lesser areas of priority need to have the type of resources allocated to them that they do, and that includes, talent. Are there certain businesses, and you'll be aware that there's a rationalization program underway now. Will government continue to be involved in, for example, hiring cleaners or doing other services like that will tie up our headcount in those areas, but then not give us the same sort of room that we need to do other things such as contract management and other pressing issues that we're going to need to face. So we're trying to resolve within the statutory processes that exist the ability for government to be flexible, to make decisions about getting out of areas of lesser priority in order to focus on areas that are critical for the delivery of services that only government can provide and that the country needs urgently. But we are finding that not only are our budgets being constrained in terms of the talent available to us, but also our resources to be able to employ outsourcing to help us deliver services in a timely manner. So there is a real struggle for that. That's our reality. We're not going to see, with the current financial arrangements, we're not going to see any huge increases in our budgets. So we have to we have to live within the reality of what resources are available and try to make difficult but necessary strategic decisions about what areas we're going to tackle. And sometimes that may mean that an opportunity that may be considerable has to be deferred because there are more pressing matters that need to be addressed immediately, and we have to defer our work in order to stay within the parameters of the budgets that are available. So we're not ideally resourced, but there is still much more that we can do within the funding and staffing levels that have been provided to us to give greater focus to areas of strategic priority.
Thank you. I hear a lot of, when we're talking about goods and services provided by the government, I hear a lot about timely fashion. I hear about the cost effectiveness. Are you aware of any efforts being made by some of the government agencies that provide goods and services to the public as far as during their performance reviews doing things such as secret shopper or doing customer surveys, perhaps looking at doing the measurements of wait times, etc. Do we take any of this account when we measure our performances in these services?
Mr. Chairman, through you, we have found that there are some agencies that do employ that as a way of trying to develop their work plan and trying to identify whether they are being effective in the services that they deliver. Ones that would have appeared in the press, for example, would be surveys done by departments like immigration to assess to what extent is their clients, the customers that they deliver services to, are they satisfied with the services that they provide. I'm seeing an increased use of surveys in some cases by persons you mightn't think are necessarily that interested in what their customers think. Our HR auditors use surveys following every audit process as a way of being able to vouch for the professional conduct of their auditors in the field. So it is, whether your customers are external or internal, we believe that this is a very important tool. I would say that, and I don't want to preempt announcements that will come, but as part of the strategic planning for the civil service, a very strong component of that is going to be not only to what extent are we improving our services as we see them, but to what extent does the public appreciate the reforms that are taking place, the revised business processes that are anticipated, the revised delivery models, whether that be e-government or queuing systems in places like vehicle licensing. To what extent does the public appreciate that there has been an improvement in the services that they receive? And going one step further and giving assurances across government, regardless of the type of business you're in, as to the minimum customer service standards that the public can expect, certain assurances as to what government will provide. Now, this is, I anticipate, will be part of the 5-year strategic plan that the Deputy Governor has spoken of previously, that will be undertaken once the EY report and recommendations, government has made decisions regarding the recommendations coming from that report. So once we get a sense of the size of government, the types of services that government will be involved in delivering, we need to make sure that there's a strategic plan in place to ensure we have the competencies to deliver against that plan, to ensure that there's ownership and champions in every individual ministry and department to facilitate that plan, and making sure that we've communicated to the public what that customer service looks like so that they have a way of being able to hold us to account in a way that isn't as obscure as it currently is.
We've heard a lot of, I guess, terminology about accountability in the reports, and we talked briefly about performance management of chief officers by the deputy governor. Are you, as chief officers, adequately equipped to assess and hold accountable your staff in this current system in terms of performance, etc., or does that go up to the deputy governor as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The issue of performance management and monitoring is one that has been evolving within the civil service. And certainly the portfolio of the civil service under CO McField-Nixon and HR audit have made tremendous strides in terms of the tools that they've given us to be able to effectively do this. The improvements, even from last year's to this year's tool that we had, was significant and made the process a lot easier. I think one of the challenges that we're facing is because performance management went quite quiet for some time because the system of increments and pay rises was frozen, and there was a feeling among some of the civil servants that, what's the point? Why should you bother telling me whether I'm doing, what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong? Because there's no carrot, there's no stick. But I think that it's the focus of the deputy governor, and certainly in his tenure, to improve the systems that we have in place to make chief officers and heads of department and line managers much more accountable for monitoring and managing the performance of the staff within the civil service. And by working with POCS to give us the tools that we need to be able to try and do that effectively. It certainly is, there's a challenge as a manager with the system because there seems to be, anecdotally, there seems to be some inconsistency of how the grading system is being used across the government. We have a 1 to 5 rating system, and basically the way it's worked out is that it's a score out of 3. So a 3 out of 3 is a perfect score. You're meeting all of the expectations that we had of you. You're delivering your services to the level that we would expect. And a 4 is that you've exceeded those expectations, and a 5 is that you've done something absolutely fantastically in excess of what we expected you to do. And I think that one of the challenges I know that I've been facing with the system is that people know you can go to a 5, and they think that they should have a 5 if they've done what they were supposed to do. It's just, and I think that one of the challenges certainly that HR audit, the deputy governor, POCS are going to have in terms of our performance monitoring is looking at the consistency of how this system is being applied and how the grading is being done. But it's certainly a challenge for us, and the timing of it is also another challenge sometimes in terms of the budget. When the budget is set, then when we set our performance targets, and then when we set our heads of department performance targets, sometimes the planets don't all really align and things get a bit out of order in that process. But I think it is definitely improving. And I think that with the increased emphasis that the deputy governor has brought to it, that we'll definitely see some real concrete improvements and advances in that area. I don't know if you
I thank my colleague for those remarks. And, in a matter of being very frank with the committee, there is still much room for improvement in our performance management framework. As Chief Officer Ahern illustrated or pointed out, we went from a prolonged period where there was no performance management systems. So in assessing the approach for correcting this, we had to have a full understanding of what was driving that deficiency. And that involved us having, frank meetings with chief officers, with HR professionals, doing surveys with staff to understand what were some of the issues. And when we were formulating the solution, we decided to go with an in-house designed automated program that was primarily going to drive us away from what used to be, I think my performance agreement in the systems before was a 30-page document that was a mini budget book. And as a consequence of having so many outputs that were contained in this document, strategic priorities, legislative requirements, it was so overwhelming that it was impossible to manage against that. It was impossible to assess that many different indicators because everything was important, nothing got done. And so we tried to look at making this more succinct. We tried to look at automating it, getting people thinking about the business process of doing this differently. By automating it, it forces engagement. This is not something that you do by yourself as a manager in a closed room. You're supposed to involve your staff. It allowed us to influence the emphasis on training. And I think the most important tool that has really driven the outcome of increased compliance has been a central dashboard. The ability for a manager to, at their desk, go to a central drive and see what where departments are at in terms of the number of performance agreements that have been in place, but also to go right down to see what individuals have received in terms of their evaluations. We do reports for the deputy governor and for senior managers on the distribution of those results so that we can see what is happening and whether we think this follows the normal curve that should apply. And now that we've gotten people back into the practice of doing it, our compliance rates are now in excess of 90%. We need to focus on the quality of these performance indicators. We use different tools to do that, one of which is a staff survey where we ask staff, how easily do you find it to be able to meet the performance targets that have been set for you, and where someone comes back to say it's very easily done or comes back to say that it is totally unachievable, those raise red flags for us. So we're now in the sort of second phase of focusing on the quality of these performance indicators and getting managers to thinking about things outside of activities that they may want to manage or set as performance targets. Our law puts that emphasis on outputs, and we agree that that's an incorrect emphasis. And so part of our response as POCS is to make amendments to the PSML to give managers increased flexibility. Our templates already allow for that increased flexibility, and we'll be working with them to better educate them, better expose them to other forms of performance targets that may be more relevant to achieving good outcomes. So there's still more work to do. And then I think that the sort of third stage of that is going to be our focus on consequences. Our ability to, whether good or bad, provide consequences. We understand that within the current financial constraints, bonuses may not be in our horizon, but we have other tools in our toolbox, non-financial rewards that we can provide that we need to better utilize. Similarly, we need to make it easier for managers to be able to punish persons who aren't meeting the required performance standards. And our laws right now make that a very onerous process. This comes from the time that we were moving away from a public service commission, and there was great distrust to how individual managers would utilize this new reformed piece of legislation to deal with staff. And so the laws were overly, I think, structured to make the processes very prolonged as a way of giving staff comfort at the time to the changes that took place. Now what we're finding, ironically, is that even our staff, certainly our managers, are saying that our systems are too onerous. It is not fair for an individual who works hard and delivers to have the same consequence as someone who does not. And so our management response is to look at amendments to the law to streamline that process, and again, giving managers automated tools that will create more consistent outcomes in terms of the processes that are followed and even the language that is used to try to reduce our liability. We live in a very litigious society now, so reduce our liability of managers potentially getting it wrong and attracting cost to government. So there's still much work to do. It is a multi-year process. It had to be because of where we were starting out. We didn't take the route of, buying the fanciest piece of software off the shelf when what we really needed to focus on immediately was culture. And so we've been working on the culture of the organization. We'll now be working on systems, and eventually, we hope, with the support of the legislature, we'll be able to deliver improved consequences and ease of consequences for managers, both good and bad. Thank you.
My only remaining question, Mr. Chairman, through you, is how does this committee help you to achieve your goals in its recommendations? What recommendations would you want us to do to ensure that you can address the shortcomings and other things identified in the Auditor General's reports as have been accepted by the Deputy Governor?
Mr. Chair, through you, I think the follow-up, the recommendation that there be a follow-up report and some monitoring, as was discussed earlier, would probably be very useful in terms of making sure that this doesn't fall off the radar for people, and that you set perhaps a timeline for us to report back to you. I'm not sure who the reporting body should be. I'm thinking it might be that the Auditor General might be the body that you would task with sort of doing a monitoring update. But that would probably be, I think, a useful recommendation.
Also, Mr. Chairman, I would just say that the governance report that is here focuses on those entities that the Auditor General is responsible for auditing, but we oftentimes forget that we are operating within a small pond, but the way that the Cayman Islands is assessed in terms of its governance goes beyond just those entities that the Auditor General has direct oversight for. So the way that the Audit Office conducts itself, the way that the PAC conducts itself, all weigh into the assessment of the Cayman Islands governance framework. So, I've recently been invited to provide comment on something that I'd never really contemplated before, because I really see the PAC as being top of the food chain. But the notion that induction processes for PAC members, the extent to which there are discussions about ethical issues, conflicts of interest, that is something that each of us, regardless of our station, need to be mindful of, need to have front and center in order for the Cayman Islands to be able to really, move forward with an improved, enhanced, more robust governance framework. And, that's a shared responsibility. And so even as we're talking about things that we might undertake within ministries, departments, statutory authorities, et cetera, I would very much say that it's something that oversight bodies and the legislative assembly and its select committees need to be mindful of as well. And, we have to be careful in the enforcement of our laws, that we are not selectively enforcing those laws. And I think that's something that has been very much highlighted. And I suspect that there is, if each of us were to reflect upon that, we would find that there are areas that we perhaps turn a blind eye to or aren't as robust in our scrutiny of that. And I would say that the PAC is charged with a very profound responsibility for oversight of the audit office, which in turn has oversight of the government entities. And if that audit office if the PAC and the audit office aren't in very robust discussions which go beyond audit presentations but speak to the management of the audit office itself, then it becomes an inherent weakness of the audit office because they don't have that oversight, and there's no one else in law who can provide that type of management feedback.
I do appreciate the comments, and I think it's fair to say that we do often have these discussions as well between the PAC, myself as chair, and Mr. Swarbrick as Auditor General in terms of strengthening that relationship and role. Other questions, members? No? Then, ladies, I would like to thank you very much for your time. Thank you, too, for your candidness in the way you have responded to the questions to the committee this morning. You are released. Thank you. I'd like to go ahead now and to summon as well next witnesses into the chamber. That would be the Honourable Ken Jefferson, Financial Secretary, and Mr. Michael Nixon, who is a Senior Assistant Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development. If I could ask each of you to please speak into the microphone, state your name and your title for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kenneth Jefferson, and my title has expanded slightly. Financial Secretary and Chief Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Nixon, Senior Assistant Financial Secretary.
Thank you both. I think I need to do something that I failed to do with the previous witnesses, but ask each of you, do you have an opening statement or anything that you would like to make to the committee before we proceed with the questioning?
Mr. Chair, I wrote some brief remarks, so thank you for the opportunity. And I'll just start by saying, Mr. Chair, good afternoon to yourself and the committee members and the audit office team. Mr. Chair, I have specifically reviewed most extensively the report that is entitled Describing the Framework, because from the schedule, the witness schedule, I interpreted that that would be the specific area for Mr. Nixon and myself. I understand now that that may be more broader, but that's the specific area that I concentrated on. I found the report, Mr. Chair, that particular report and the others to be largely factually correct. I do have one extremely minor suggestion of a possible change, and that is in the describing the framework report, paragraph, I think 130, states that the internal audit function has been assigned to the Ministry of Finance. And Mr. Chair and committee members, that is factually correct under the PMFL law. It continues to be there under the Ministry of Finance. In practice, though, the internal audit function has moved to under the offices of the Honourable Deputy Governor. And the rationale for that, Mr. Chair and members, was that the chief officers all report to the Deputy Governor, and therefore it was felt that if one wanted to influence behaviour and change things, internal audit was a part of that function, and therefore it was sensible to have internal audit reporting to the Honourable Deputy Governor, as opposed to the Ministry of Finance or the Financial Secretary, who had a very limited role in its relationship with chief officers. So in practice, the internal audit reports to the Deputy Governor's office, but the report is correct that legally, under the PMFL, it is still under the ambit of the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Chair, I would repeat as the sort of my ideas and views about governance. I think what I said previously, in that I think in summary, and I'm being very brief, is that we should have in government one set of financial statements for the entire government, as opposed to tremendously segmented reporting now, with each ministry and portfolio producing its own full set of financial statements. So I would recommend, Mr. Chair, and as you know, the committee reviewing the public management and finance law is taking considerations along these lines. One set of financial statements for the entire government, but there will be segmented reporting for ministries and portfolios. We could move, Mr. Chair and committee members, to a centralized accounting function housed in the Treasury under obviously the ambit of the Ministry of Finance. And CFOs can be dedicated to performing particular functions for individual ministries and portfolios. You do get out of that, Mr. Chair and members, the consistent cry for, there needs to be a champion for accounting and reporting. Also coming out of that is the possibility of, greater efficiencies, very likely some cost reductions as a result of, centralization of central services, for accounting. The CEOs, chief officers, Mr. Chair, and members would still be held responsible for each ministry, but in doing so, they would obviously need financial information about how their particular ministry or agency was performing, and so there would continue to be a need for chief financial officers to provide financial information about the performance of specific ministries and portfolios. And so, Mr. Chair, on a very high level, those are my views on the governance, and in particular the reporting aspect of governance, which is quite important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nixon, you have anything you'd like to say?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, from a governance perspective, especially when it relates to the financial management functions within the public sector, I think those of us in senior management positions within the government are well aware of some of the deficiencies, and there's quite a tremendous amount of work that's currently underway within the public sector to try to improve some of these deficiencies. For instance, as sitting as the chairman of the PMFL Review Committee are well aware of the functions that are happening there in terms of possible amendments to the public management and finance law. There's also the Public Authorities Bill, which is assessing and looking at the relationship and the governance arrangements for statutory authorities and government companies. That is also in an advanced state. And it speaks to the fact that the Cayman Islands government is consistently reviewing its practices and making appropriate changes where necessary. So governance is not something that's been ignored or put on the back burner. It's there, and people are recognizing it and working towards improving what we have in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the committee, now free to question these gentlemen.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I guess just so we can get things started, and so we have a clear understanding, could each of you please describe what you believe your role is with regard to ensuring that the principles of good governance as described in the Auditor General's reports are implemented and followed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think the Financial Secretary and now the added role of Chief Officer added together. One of my primary functions, responsibilities, would be first of all to ensure that under the current regime that the Ministry of Finance itself adheres to, in particular, all of the reporting requirements that are required under the PMFL law, so that each 30th of June financial statements are prepared and submitted to the Auditor General by the 31st of August deadline. And I'm sure there'll be soon to be some pronouncements about how well public authorities, including government, has performed in that regard. And there's also to be, Mr. Chair, by the 31st of October, the Treasury Department is to consolidate the individual 14 or so agencies' individual financial statements into one overall consolidated set of accounts for the entire public sector, which incorporates the statutory authorities and government companies. That is to be done by the 31st of October and then handed over to the Audit Office for review. Mr. Chair, also the function in the Constitution of the Financial Secretary is to be the principal advisor to the Minister for Finance, and that is extremely widely encompassing and involves general advice as to how the financial management system within the government and the statutory authorities can be improved. As FS and Chief Officer, that also encompasses the usual requirements for performance management monitoring that the previous witnesses would have spoken about. So certainly getting involved with or doing performance agreements and assessments and having those submitted to the Honorable Deputy Governor. So those are my main areas of function and responsibilities: producing accounts, getting the reports done, advising the Minister for Finance on a variety of financial matters, and also then getting involved with the human resources, personnel management side of things.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just to add to some of the comments made by Mr. Jefferson, from my perspective, where I can best contribute is in terms of improving some of the systems and processes we have within government, in particularly in terms of developing budgets and plans and strategic plans. There's definitely a need for us to improve the way that we describe what are expected or set our performance targets for a given year. Each year we see the budget documentation coming down to the Legislative Assembly, and it can be overwhelming at times for both members of the Legislative Assembly as well as the public, and people get washed or get distracted by the volume and the content, and I think we need to move to improve that to make the performance just a little more clear as to what it is that the specific agencies are doing, and also to the standards at which they expect to do to deliver the specific levels of performance. So that would be an area that I would see great contribution from myself coming to, and that's in addition to the other functions that Mr. Jefferson spoke about.
In terms of leadership, where in paragraphs 48 to 50 in the report on page 22 and 23, in terms of the leadership function, I understand that there isn't one single accounting manual for entities to follow, and that it's expected that chief financial officers will each develop his or her own policies and practices. In your view, Chief Officer, is this going to change? Because I think in my view and in the committee's view, this is a very inefficient and ineffective way of operating. And I know that you said you wanted to centralize some of those, but as the person, I guess, responsible for this, what are your plans and recommendations going forward, and how have we reacted to outside reports such as the Keith Luck report in 2011 to try to address what appears to be some real straightforward recommendations and things that could be achieved in short order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would say to the honourable member that I'd like to start by, I guess, dispelling any impression that members of the public that may listen might have that the accounting system in government is sort of a free for all, and CFOs are able to do whatever they please. That is not the case, Mr. Chair. The Public Management and Finance Law requires the government's various accounting agencies, the 14 ministries, 15 ministries and portfolios and offices, and I think it's about 25 or 26 statutory authorities and government companies to produce their financial statements to comply with International Public Sector Accounting Standards. IPSAS is the acronym. So there is already then a definition as to how and to what standards the financial statements are to be prepared. The member is correct that within that defined framework, there are instances in which the particular way of treating particular items might differ from ministry to ministry, portfolio to portfolio, depending on the view of the particular CFO. And there's definitely, he's absolutely correct that there is a need for a central accounting manual to define and to specify how an item should be treated, definitely. And I can say to the honourable member that in the review work that's being done by the PMFL committee, that is a strong recommendation that is coming forward and is repeated over and over again, that there is a need for such an accounting manual, and also importantly, Mr. Chair, that the regulations, the financial regulations which come out of the Public Management and Finance Law also specify the formats of the financial statements. And IPSAS, like most other accounting standards, obviously need to change from time to time, and so you're now currently getting into a situation where the formats and accounting treatments are specified in financial regulations, and as the standards change, you'd need to be changing financial regulations, which is quite onerous and burdensome. And so the idea is, let's take those formats out of actual financial regulations and put them into an accounting manual to specify how things are to be done. And a new possible revised PMFL law would specify the existence of such a manual, but would empower, for example, the Ministry of Finance to update that manual and to keep it current without having to bog down Cabinet with making changes to financial regulations as and when particular standards do change, and they do change quite a bit and quite frequently. So that is definitely on its way, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Jeffson, do you believe that government entities, or let me put it this way, what percentage of government entities are providing timely reports to the LA and complete reports, not just the financial statements?
Mr. Chair, I don't have an actual percentage. What I can say, though, is if you take the most recent year, the year it just ended, there were no central government agencies that missed the actual preparation of their financial statements by the 31st of August. And in the previous year, I think that was also the case. And if you even expand it wider to the statutory authorities and government companies, in the previous year that ended the 30th of June 13, there were none missed there as well. This current year, the year that ended June 14, I can say to the committee that there was only one agency that actually missed the 31st of August deadline, and I think their financial statements were submitted, I think, on the 2nd of September, so it came in marginally after the 31st of August deadline. Mr. Chair, I can say to the member that the Public Management and Finance Law does actually talk about the consolidated reports that the Treasury is to produce for the whole of government by the end of October. That should go on to contain an annual report as well as the raw and detailed financial statements component. To date, Mr. Chair and members, we have not produced an annual report, and we have merely managed to produce the actual fundamental financial statements, but not an annual report, as we would know it in the private sector, which includes, in a private sector setting, a statement from the chairman, a statement from the board of directors that put in words how well the entity performed during the course of the year. We've not managed to do that by the 31st of October.
Mr. Chairman, through you, what is the, I guess, the proposal then and the goal to produce those annual reports? And then if not produced, what is the penalty for that ministry or department in terms of the overall government kind of accountability, responsibility, performance management? Can you explain that process? Then if you don't produce these things, or sorry, is there a plan to produce them? If you don't produce them, what are the penalties and accountabilities for not doing so?
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, just conferring with Mr. Nixon here. I think, Mr. Chair, to answer the question specifically, to my knowledge, there are no known or specified penalties for non-compliance at the moment. That's not to say that it can't be done, but I can't say to the committee that at the moment there is a defined penalty for non-compliance. My mind went to the penalty would come in the form of embarrassment to the ministry, to the chief officer, when it's publicly known that there is non-compliance. I think that is the penalty. Obviously, the deputy governor, who is, I think, taking the leadership role when it comes to the performance of chief officers now, would take a stern look at their performance, but there's no specified penalty as such right now. Mr. Chair, yes, the plan is to produce, in addition to the actual fundamental financial statements, an annual type report. And the content of that annual type report is yet to be defined.
Mr. Chairman, just I guess as a general observation for this committee, I mean, I think it's one of the things that we should try to make a strong recommendation for, in that, again, we're charged with ensuring that public money is well spent and people are held accountable. And I think that's one of the items that I would suggest that you perhaps consider, and the other members of this committee consider. Chief Officer, I had another question, and I guess it's timely in that recent headlines have spoken about the management or lack thereof of some of the credit cards and executive expenses. And this goes to paragraph 51 of the Auditor General's report. And looking at how in his report, where the Auditor General has spoken about his concerns over the controls for executive expenditures and accounting for appropriations, what, in response to those observations, and he also goes on, sorry, in paragraph 84 to 88 to expand on those, but what are you, as the responsible person, doing differently to ensure that public money is spent with regard for value for money and accounted for in accordance with the legislative requirements? Or is this something that's ongoing in discussion?
Mr. Chair, just to say to the honourable member that the government did actually issue a credit card policy back in, I think it was July 2010, specifying how the card should be used, what it could be used for, and I think the general pronouncement from that policy is that the card should be used for official government purposes. Mr. Chair, I just stop for a moment and ask if these proceedings are broadcast publicly, because I do know that there was some concern by the DPP about information getting out publicly. So is the proceedings going to be broadcast publicly?
In fairness, they are being recorded and will be broadcast, I think, from Monday. So I think we do need to be careful, is what I would suggest. We need to be a bit circumspect here in terms of questioning this line at this point in time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, I guess I didn't want specifics about any allegations of misuse, etc. I'm just talking about, in general, how the systems are in place, and how the chief officer and financial secretary, as a responsible person, ensures that if we have a policy, how it's being adhered to. What are the going back to the accountability, right? How do we hold people accountable for just disregarding a policy that you say has been in place since 2010? So I'm not asking for specifics, and especially not asking for specifics on the credit cards per se. I just use that as an example overall, and we're talking about how executive expenses are tracked, how if there are abuses or discrepancies, etc., how they're being dealt with, and then how are people being held accountable, including ministers and you know the political arm, if that's under your remit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I don't like to to speak generally, but I think that's the best way that I can answer this specific questions from the honourable member. Sorry, and just I think that it would be fair to say that there has not been a fundamental change in the way that expenses that are incurred on a government credit card has come about because of recent public pronouncements. It's not been a fundamental change. The mere fact that it has come under, I think, public focus has caused increased awareness in government on the matter. Again, each ministry, each portfolio has a chief officer, and so I'm not avoiding the question, committee members and Mr. Chair, in any way. I'm just simply stating what is the position now. Each ministry portfolio has a chief officer, and the primary responsibility for the good use of government credit cards and expenses in general falls on the chief officer. The reports from the use of a credit card has to be done. It has to be signed off by initially, I think, the chief financial officer within each ministry and portfolio, and also reviewed by the chief officer. And so the accountability aspect is initially carried out by the CFO and by the chief officer, and proof is obviously sought for what the particular expense is for, and support is sought for. Is this an official use of the card, and if a personal use has occurred, which it has to be repaid. So there hasn't been a tremendous and fundamental change as a result of it, but the public focus on it, I think, has actually changed behaviors. For example, Mr. Chair, there's now increased use of online facilities when it comes to getting credit card statements, and not necessarily waiting until a physical hard copy of a statement arrives through the post before you start scrutinizing the activities on the card, and that obviously was done or is being done to avoid late charges being incurred on government credit cards. There is increased requests by CFOs and chief officers to the card holders as to what the particular card has been used for. Again, not necessarily waiting until the end of a month has occurred, and then greater enforcement, greater focus on making sure that within a very short window of time, 7 days after, say, the return from an official visit overseas, that the card is properly accounted, the use of the card is properly accounted for. So to answer the member's question, I think it's the mere fact that the public has focused on this, and there's been media reports, has actually caused behavior within the service to actually accord closer to what the policy has always been.
But we're talking right here about the Auditor General's report, not the public's outcry. So I guess my questions are still around what is government's response to these identified gaps and reports of possible and I'm just trying to ensure that I don't misquote anyone, but just the lack of systems where each ministry deals with how executive expense is handled differently, just how again the accountability is tracked and recorded and tried, to mitigate some of these instances that end up in the public arena. So in terms of what you have done, or what the with the deputy governor's response, etc., what is being done in total based on these reports, not the public outcry, to ensure.
Just to provide some clarity, if that's okay, I think we're talking about the executive expenses and transfer payments, not the credit card specifically. We're talking about different systems in place for the executive expenses, as opposed to entity and different levels of control being exercised over executive expenses, for Mr. Jefferson's clarity.
Thank you. That's it. I was just kind of using that as a loose example, but yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my apologies to the member for honing in specifically on the very topical issue. I'm going to give Mr. Nixon, the Senior Assistant FS, an opportunity to answer.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in the context of executive expenses and using the Auditor General's example there in terms of transfer payments, we are aware that there have been some inconsistencies with the way that these types of expenses have been accounted for. But from the Minister of Finance's perspective, we would and do encourage agencies that where they have been given an appropriation for an executive expense, that they put in place some defined criteria. And using transfer payments as an example again, if you are charged with providing a cash grant to a certain category of person, that you make sure that their administrative, clearly defined criteria, who qualifies for the payment, also that there's some sort of internal control mechanism defined as to who authorizes the payment, who monitors the payment, that those are in place and that they're adhered to, and that they're reported to, that they're accounted properly. You stick within your appropriation and you provide timely reports to both the Ministry of Finance as well as to Cabinet to keep them informed as to how expenses are being accounted for in that particular area. Now, there will always be some circumstances where there may be exceptions, but the exceptions should be few and far between, and even where there are exceptions occurring, those exceptions should be well documented.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add to what Mr. Nixon has just said, and to say that, ultimately the sanction would be if procedures are not proper for a particular ministerial portfolio in administering their expenses. There is a budget and there is a limit to that budget. And so the ultimate sanction would be if a ministerial portfolio is not properly accounting, not properly paying attention to expenses and controlling it. A very likely outcome is that before the end of the fiscal year comes, that particular budget can be exhausted, and again you'd be left with certainly a set of disgruntled members of the public because the budget had been exhausted. And if you then got into a situation where you needed to request supplementary expenditure, the chief officer, the ministry, would have to go to Cabinet to seek Cabinet's approval for supplementary expenditure for that particular budget area, and there would be obviously questions as to why and what went wrong, and so that is the ultimate sanction, that if you don't pay attention to your particular budget area, you don't have proper procedures in place, you could very well run out of funds before the end of a fiscal year and then have a situation where you have to explain yourselves. To be quite frank and open with the committee, there in the year that just ended, there are a few areas in which the expenditure budgets were exceeded. I can think of, for example, one in particular, services to refugees was in excess of the budget. Legal aid was, the expenditure incurred was in excess of the budget. But fortunately, there were under expenditures in other areas that more than compensated for excesses of expenditure in those areas that it did happen. But they have occurred. Obviously, I can say to the committee as well that during the course of the year, the cabinet, as allowed by the Public Management and Finance Law, did supplement existing budgets in certain areas to give a greater budget, but they were always matched by reductions in other areas in accordance with the dictates of the FCO. And so Cabinet has approved expenditures that exceeded budget, but also matched them with reductions in other areas so that there was no overall reduction. But apart from what Cabinet has done, there were very few areas in which excessive expenditure did take place over and above what was budgeted. But fortunately, again, they were matched by other areas of under expenditure.
Am I correct, though? I mean, I believe, though, Mr. Jefferson, those changes or reallocations that took place do come back to the Legislative Assembly at some point for approval. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I hear the Financial Secretary, and I hear how we make adjustments, but in cases where someone has dropped the ball, has not done adequate work in their budgeting, or has just been inept, or has, you know, if there's that type of gap in the decision making, what are the penalties other than being embarrassed for that type of individual? Because again, if we're looking after the people's money, and there's a clear case of someone mishandling, mismanaging that caused that, not a refugee situation that we can't say that there will only be 10 Cuban refugees here every year. We can't say that there will only be 10 legal aid cases. But in those instances, where is the clear accountability and the hammer, if you will, in our governance?
Mr. Chairman, I think now we're crossing over into the ambit of the Public Service Management Law and the regime that's set up for the performance management of employees. Clearly, where there has been a blatant breach of spending, let's say it's an appropriation, if that can be tied to mismanagement or poor performance by a particular employee or group of employees, then it needs to be addressed through the provisions within the Public Service Management Law and through the enforcement of their respective performance agreements. And that needs to be documented. The chief officer has a responsibility to ensure that those types of breaches are documented and brought to the attention of the deputy governor, and also to exercise whatever provisions they have, whatever authorities they have under the Public Service Management Law to remedy those. But there are no specific provisions within the Public Management and Finance Law that would that wield disciplinary action, as it were, to employees.
Mr. Chairman, I guess what I'm asking is, how do you stop the waste of government money that has been identified as significant in the Auditor General's report when it comes to the decision-making processes? Maybe I can ask the Auditor General to respond initially about specifically where those areas were identified, and have the Financial Secretary respond to that.
I'm sorry, I'll have to remember to ask the question again. I was getting some advice from my colleague at the time, unfortunately.
My question was around the waste of government money, where you, in your report, in certain instances, and I don't have the specific paragraph to hand, you say you identify a number of gaps in the decision-making process that have led, in your words, to a waste of government money. I asked the Financial Secretary, how does he hold people accountable for waste of government money based on the lack of that process and where that occurs?
Okay. Well, we can. I can't specifically speak to how the Financial Secretary holds people accountable. It's in terms of the use of resources, that depends on the line of accountability in that sense. It's, for example, if it's within the ministries, it will be the chief officer that's accountable ultimately for the use of those resources, and anybody who wastes the resources within them, within her departments, would have she'd hold them accountable for how they've used resources effectively through their performance management, I presume. It'd be the first point of call, or in terms of the overall role of the Ministry of Finance in terms of ensuring that people use value, get value for money, for example, there's a clear oversight role in terms of ensuring that effectively managing the financial resources and using appropriate procurement, other matters, ensuring that they abide by the systems and processes that you'd expect for effective financial management. It's fairly broad-ranging in that sense. I know ultimately the accountability changed through the chief officers for each of the ministries, and if you were a statutory authority and government company, it would be the chief executive officer, who would then be accountable to the board for achieving the best value. And it depends what we're talking about. If it's a major capital project, it's about how you do your project management and whether you're delivering that effectively. Have you gone through the appropriate processes, and is the project meeting the strategic objectives you set out for that major project initially, and the value that you got from the procurement? Are you managing the procurement, the actual contract, in line with what you actually procured? For example, is it coming in at the cost you originally said it would come in at? Is it coming to time and budget from that perspective? So it depends what we're talking about in that sense.
Mr. Chair, just to follow on from what the Auditor General has just said, and in an attempt to answer the member's question a bit more specifically, let us take, for example, the topic of value for money within government. The role of the Ministry of Finance in this specific regard is obviously to have established the Central Tenders Committee, which it has, to examine, fairly significant purchases of assets and services by the government, and to have that scrutiny take place there. And that is, a long-established body that's been functioning for many years. So, in terms of, wastage within the government, that is meant to be, one specific mechanism by which hopefully that is minimized or brought to zero. In other aspects as well, Mr. Chair, each month the the Treasury produces a set of financial information for the cabinet that gives the actual performance of the government to a particular month end, the cumulative results of that end of that month, and also compares it with the budget and what the expectations are for that particular point in time in the year. And it also provides a list of appropriations that the Legislative Assembly has appropriated as a budget and records against that the actual expenditure incurred to date. And so through variances between actual performance and budget expectations, one can develop a sense of questioning as to whether something is going awry because your actual performance is, on the expenditure side, for example, is exceeding what your expectations were, and it looks as though the government might run out of budget before the end of the fiscal year for that particular item. So I think that's another way in which that there is scrutiny on wastage in government from the actual production of the monthly information that would go to cabinet. I would stop there, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, through you, just to come back to the point, if we're talking about appropriations, I think there's a clear accountability about appropriations back to the Legislative Assembly. The Legislative Assembly, you authorise through the appropriations law the expenditure of the government, technically, and any performance about that has to be accountable back to this House overall. Following on from what the Financial Secretary has said, each chief officer has to be accountable for the appropriations under their control. And they should be managing that on a monthly basis, looking at the expenditures reports they're getting to ensure that they are staying within their appropriations. And if they're coming close to breaches in those appropriations, they should be examining strategically how they can deal with that and coming back with supplementary appropriations to explain to the House why they need more money to deliver those services, and that should be done before you actually incur the expenditure, and if you follow the logic in terms of appropriations. So they should be accountable to that, to this House, for the use of those appropriations. Now, it might be for legitimate reasons, for demand-led services, it's very difficult to have a control total for those. How do we know how many Cuban refugees, take that example, we're going to receive on these shores and have to accommodate? It's very difficult to manage that, and same with things like legal aid and other social welfare systems are very challenging to actually put an appropriation total. But there has to be a control mechanism to ensure that the expenditure that incurred is legally authorised and approved by this House.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ronnie Dunn, Acting Accountant General. Just to add to what the Financial Secretary was saying earlier in relation to the Ministry of Finance and our role, one of the responsibilities under the Public Management and Finance Law is for us to establish a centralized accounting system, and the regulations actually require that all transactions be recorded in that system. The IRIS system, as we know it, was transferred to the Ministry of Finance this year, July 1, 2014, and part of the controls within that system is that there are tolerance levels or limits placed on executive expenditures specifically within IRIS, which prevents an agency from overspending the appropriations that are provided in the budget approved by the Legislative Assembly. The challenge in that system is that we operate on an accrual accounting basis, and there are instances, for example, for overseas medical, NGS 55, whereby we may have a limit of $11.6 million within the budget, but somebody is sent off the island in an air ambulance, and it might be months before you get the actual invoice as to how much that trip costs. So therefore, on an accrual basis, you have incurred the expenditure, which would take you over the limit of the appropriation, and you only find out about it many months after it has occurred. But there is a system of internal control within our financial management system that limits the amount of expenditure that agencies can incur via their recording of such expenditure within the IRS system on an ongoing basis.
Other questions for these two witnesses? If not, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your testimony before the committee today. Thank you for your candidness and the way in which you have openly discussed and answered questions presented to you. You're excused from this committee.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, it's 10 after 1. I am aware that we are running quite far behind schedule. I think we're either going to have to work later into the afternoon or reschedule some of these witnesses to a later date. We do have the 16th of September set down for a continuation of this examination of this report. But I'd like for us to go ahead and, do you know if lunch is ready? It is? Okay, it's 10 after 1. We had hoped to break at 1:30. But I'd like for us to take a very shortened lunch if we could, if members are mindful of. Let's break for 30 minutes and then get back and let's try and see how quickly we can get ourselves back on track. So let's be back in here at, let's see, my watch says it's 15 after 1. So let's be back at 1:45. Okay? I'd like to go ahead and reconvene our proceedings this afternoon in examining these reports of the Auditor General. You can go ahead and be seated. Thank you. Okay, next up on our list are Mr. Sam Rose, the Cabinet Secretary and Chief Officer, and Mr. Robert Lewis, who is the Director of Policy Coordination Unit, the Cabinet Office. Gentlemen, could each of you speak into the microphone and state me your name and your position for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Samuel Rose. I am the Cabinet Secretary and Chief Officer for the Cabinet Office portfolio.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Robert Lewis. I'm the Director, Policy Coordination Unit of the Cabinet Office.
Thank you. And gentlemen, do either of you or any of you would like to make a brief statement before we move into the questioning?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're prepared to answer questions.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank you. Members of the committee, please, these witnesses are now available for your questioning.
Mr. Chairman, through you, as we did with the others, I think it would be prudent to ask the gentlemen if they could please describe what they believe is their role in regards to ensuring that the principles of good governance as described in the report of the Auditor General are implemented and followed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it's for me to go first. I think the report prepared by the Auditor General's Office quite accurately sets out my role as Cabinet Secretary as per the Constitution and gets into some of the nuts and bolts of the day-to-day interaction that I have within the public service and the public sector. The role is a bit of a hybrid role in many ways. It is the only civil service post which is appointed with the direct input of the political side of the fence, and as is articulated or set out in the reports, I effectively have three individuals to whom I report. The Premier, the Governor, and the Deputy Governor. So most people say that you shouldn't have two masters. In my instance, I have three. So it makes for very interesting work on a day-to-day basis. But I think one of the key roles that what I've come to understand the job to be, as I've only been in post shy of 2 years now, is that we are to serve as a bridge in many ways between the political and the administrative arm. And so I think, in supporting the Premier and the elected government in driving forward their policy agenda, there's obviously a significant challenge there. I also have the role as a chief officer with full responsibility for the portfolio beneath me and responsibility to the deputy governor in that regard. But I think the key is via the formal and the informal channels, ensuring that the elected government has every opportunity to advance and successfully implement their policy priorities. And so, beyond what's contained in the report, when I make reference to formal and informal channels, the formal channels are obviously via the generation of cabinet papers, which occur on a weekly basis, and ensuring that there's a consistent methodology and consistent approach across the board that not only meets a prescribed format, but the content itself is reflective of a joined up approach. Because as we know in the classic bureaucratic theory, there's a phenomenon which we have all, I guess it's become a cliche now in public service, the phenomenon of silo mentality or the silo effect. It's very easy for individuals to be focused on their area of responsibility and to only take that into consideration when putting forward a proposal or a policy or a paper, etc. So one of the key roles of the Cabinet Office is to ensure then that whatever policy is being put before the government for a collective decision actually has a collective perspective where necessary. So we have made great efforts over the past year and a half to really improve the process by which cabinet papers are written and to ensure then that it's reflective, that the impacts on other ministries and portfolios are reflected in that. So beyond just the civil service implications or the financial implications or the legal implications, that if there's another ministry involved, that is reflected in the paper or that discussion has occurred. So that's more in the formal, speaks to the more of the formal channels. But we've also been working behind the scenes to ensure then that when it's not just the formal paper being presented, but matters that are handled within the day-to-day delegations to individual ministries, that we can be of support in assisting them in the quality or improving their standard of policy development. And I believe the report makes mention of that as a general weakness, and it's an area that we are improving on. This role is evolving, as is I think the way in which the Cabinet Office is viewed. I think one very important development in the overall expansion of the Cabinet Office has been, again, which is acknowledged in the report, the hiring of my colleague, Mr. Robert Lewis, as the director of the Policy Coordination Unit. Previously, the policy analysts were, in essence, working directly under the Cabinet Secretary as that position, which was envisioned from the very beginning of the expansion of the Cabinet Office, which occurred in, I think, 2003 with the hiring of the first Cabinet Secretary. That position was never filled until Mr. Lewis's hiring. And so it has allowed for that central place, and it mirrors the functions carried out in many other jurisdictions, the UK, Bermuda, for instance. Central policy coordination units are not are by no means an anomaly. It's actually the norm, and so it's there to be a repository, a reference point, and a support network for ministries and portfolios who, rightfully so, have their devolved responsibility, areas of responsibility. By no means is it envisioned that all policy has to come through the PCU. That would not be an efficient approach at all to policy development. But I think one of the keys of governance is consistency across the board, and we want to see a consistent approach, which is driving towards the standards of best practice. And so to that end, my colleague, Mr. Lewis, and I'll allow him to share some of the work that he's been doing in that regard. He has made great efforts in the past year or so to assist and support ministries, portfolios, and SAGCs by conducting policy development workshops. So I'll allow Mr. Lewis to share a bit on that and to expand on how that has improved the overall governance in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Cabinet Secretary has made my job a little bit easier by talking a bit about, in generalities, about my role. As he alluded to, it's a fairly new role, Director Policy Coordination Unit. I was hired just over 2 years ago. And the main purpose of the role, in a nutshell, is to support the Cabinet Secretary on cross-ministerial policy coordination. In that regard, some examples of the work that has been done so far. The Policy Coordination Unit has been steering the development of the Cayman Islands Disability Policy and was involved from a steering perspective as well, is involved in the crime reduction strategy. Other initiatives that the PCU has been roped in are the Interministerial Committee on Employment, Interministerial Committee on National Youth Policy, National Statistical Coordination Committee, and there are a few others, but I will not speak to those at this time. Another important function is, as the Cabinet Secretary alluded to, is to provide advice for consistency purpose on the development and implementation of policy, whether they are strategic policy or operational policy, but primarily strategic policy. So in this regard, we've provided some templates, not only on how to develop policies, but also how to develop terms of references for steering committees, so that the policies are not only developed properly, but more important than that, it sets the foundation for proper implementation, effective implementation, accountable implementation. So components like policy monitoring, policy evaluation, provisions for policy change, targets, benchmarks, performance indicators, those should be built into the process. The Cabinet Secretary alluded to policy training, and in the roughly 2.5 years that the post has existed, we embarked on comprehensive training across government. So the cabinet members, councillors, core government, including the governors, deputy governors' offices, ministries and portfolios, the so-called watchdog entities, auditor generals, complaints commissioners, information commissioners' offices. All of those have been exposed to the policy workshop, and as the Cabinet Secretary said, it's an effort towards providing consistency. We've started doing the training for the SAGCs, and we're going to continue with more of that during this fiscal year. So, Mr. Chairman, that is a summary of some of the work, the role of the Policy Coordination Unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Cabinet Secretary, do you think that the appointment of Mr. Lewis now adequately covers the responsibility of your department to give policy direction and steer to the governor, cabinet, and the premier? Or do you think that more needs to be done in terms of additional bodies and also research, etc., capabilities?
I don't think any civil servant would turn down an opportunity to get more support, or any manager, Mr. Chair. I will start off by saying that Mr. Lewis's hiring and the expansion of the team within the Policy Coordination Unit, which currently comprises 3 policy analysts, has done a lot. Mr. Lewis obviously brings leadership and direction, but as you can tell, the effort or the focus of the training is because we realize that while he's had to have a central body, we don't want to create our own silo. And each ministry still requires its own policy teams, and the expertise still lies within the ministries to support individual ministers. So we are trying to work from a 2-prong approach to build capacity within the existing ministries and in essence build a network where there's improved communication. A lot can be achieved through that by dialogue and interaction, small working groups which are mixed and diverse, cutting across ministries and portfolios. But there still exists a need within the Cabinet Office for additional resources that can be achieved via secondments. We are actually currently exploring one option right now. And as happens, our policy analysts are extremely talented individuals. They have a broad array of experience and backgrounds. And so we have, as time goes along, we're seeing where areas of expertise are being developed, whether it be from a constitutional perspective. We have individuals who have actually qualified as attorneys at law, and while that's not a prerequisite or requirement of the post, it obviously brings to the table a whole other skill set. We have individuals who are generally very interested and show great potential and for international affairs. As you know, the under section 55 of the Constitution, the 55.4, it should specify the Premier has delegated responsibility for an array of international affairs, so we need support in that regard. So again, that's contained in-house at this point in time. But there are other perspectives that we would be enriched by. And so, we will continue to monitor it closely. But I do believe there are creative ways, especially in this environment where resources are limited. There are some creative ways that we can pursue providing that additional support to ministries and portfolios, and the cabinet as well. So.
And other than budget and headcount, do you have any other core challenges or impediments to kind of effectively dealing with the Auditor General's commentary on page 27 and 28, which would be the paragraph 66 to 70.
Mr. Chair, would the committee prefer that we take it paragraph by paragraph or just a general comment? Because I think each of the paragraphs covers different areas.
Go ahead, Mr. Connolly.
I guess if it helps you answer the question paragraph by paragraph would be specific, and I guess in that response as well, could you I guess address any of the Auditor General's concerns around the quote-unquote weak decision-making processes? Yeah, and those specific instances that were given in those paragraphs.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, we will share the duties in responding to this. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I will speak to paragraph 69, in particularly the role of the Cabinet Office as stated in that paragraph. We are concerned with not only assisting portfolios and other government entities in terms of advice, but also building capacity for effective decision-making that are policy development related or policy implementation related. Hence, that's why there was a lot of focus on the policy training aspects towards the beginning of my role, because we want to ensure that there is a consistency and understanding as to how policy should be moved forward in terms of best practice in not only the development, but more important than that is the mechanisms for proper implementation and those being built into the process. I hope that that helps. We provide advice as well on any policy that is being developed, whether it's strategic, operational, that we're asked to be involved with. And as mentioned before, we coordinate a few of them. And happy to take a supplementary question on that through the chair.
What were you going to answer in two parts? Sorry.
In regards to paragraph 69 as to how the Cabinet Office assists other government entities or strengthens the decision-making process, that is the answer that I try to provide in terms of our role. But happy to, on paragraph 69, but happy to take any supplementary questions for the chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, through you, sir, I note that the comments with regards to risk management in paragraph 66 and also in 68. 67 seems kind of more focused on Central Tenders Committee and procurement in general. And I believe that, you know, the Cabinet has undertaken, or the government has undertaken to revise the whole procurement and major projects work. So I'm not sure whether or not I would be able to illuminate on those points any further. However, 68, in terms of risk management, in terms of how that is contained in a cabinet paper when a policy is being put forward, I do believe that there is room for an improved perspective on overall risk, on overall risk management. The format of papers currently doesn't necessarily spell out all alternatives. Not all papers will necessarily express all alternatives in a particular if a particular option is being, or a particular policy is being put forward. There may be cause for that. There may not be, depending on what the policy is. Some things are pretty straightforward and generic, but in general, for instance, if there is, that's why we try to capture the additional implications via legal implications, which should be filled out by the Attorney General's chambers or the legal department. Financial implications, which in most cases should just simply be as simple as the minister saying, "Oh, it's going to bring in a lot of revenue and there will be no costs." We actually seek the comments of the Ministry of Finance on well, actually I say we, but in general, a ministry or portfolio putting forward a paper, they should have those comments provided by the Ministry of Finance. And the same goes for civil service implications. That should be provided by the portfolio of the civil service acting on behalf of the Deputy Governor. So that is one of the main ways that we seek to manage risks, especially where the policy goes outside of the immediate of that particular ministry. And so by driving that coherent and consistent standard, we have seen the overall quality of papers improve that are presented to Cabinet. And we've fortunately had the full support of the Premier and Her Excellency the Governor in driving forward that process, because you can imagine there, in the past you would have had each ministry more or less, we've always circulated a format for cabinet papers, but there has always been varying levels of compliance with that format. And so now one of the roles of the policy coordination unit is to actually review the papers before they're formally submitted. And so they take a look at the papers to see whether or not, well, they cover what they should be covering. We obviously don't have the expertise to challenge and question the individual ministry's policy that's being put forward, but again, we're encouraged to question things that appear before them, and to challenge where necessary, not in the sense that we know more. That's not the case at all, but in an effort to ensure that what's being put before the Cabinet is well thought out. And I should also make mention of the fact that the process now also has an additional, from the informal perspective, it now has an additional layer, because prior to even coming to the Cabinet Office, a policy has been shared with the caucus, which allows for robust discussion and debate at that level, so that there is general buy-in, and then the nuts and bolts are finally worked out by the ministry and is presented to the Cabinet that way. So what that does, that improves governance, because when quite often you're making decisions that are time sensitive, and so as the EFS can attest, and others who have sat in cabinet meetings, and you yourselves have sat in cabinet, what could happen or what has happened in the past is that a paper that is not properly ventilated, if I can put it that way, may have to be deferred until further information is added or gleaned. And that also has a negative impact because the expectation is that when a paper is being presented, a decision is going to be taken on that day. And there are always likely, in most cases, there's likely a domino effect if that paper is deferred because a decision needs to be made and perhaps drafting instructions or other deadlines, critical deadlines, are now impacted by that. And so we've seen a dramatic reduction in deferral of papers because the discussion is happening now at the levels that it has to. And you're not, we're improving the risk management in that sense. So I do believe we can always improve that even further. And that's something I think we would look to strengthen. In terms of paragraph 70, related to obtaining stakeholder input. Again, one of the other parts of the cabinet paper, one of the headers in the cabinet paper format is other implications or other input. There's an expectation that a matter that has direct impact on the public or key stakeholder groups will, the paper will reflect some form of discussion or consultation with that group. Again, ministries shouldn't be placing the government in a position where they're going to be taking a decision that has not been fleshed out or it's while yes, it's the government's job to make decisions and cabinet is the policy, establishes the policy of the day. A key of good governance is public confidence. That's a key outcome that you want from good governance. That's what we're doing all of this for. And the public will have greater confidence in their government if there is discussion about decisions before a decision is taken. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the decision that the government takes will be the one that is most popular with those key stakeholders. But I do believe that in the era in which we live, in which expectations have been significantly elevated of us as public servants and politicians, discussion is at the very least expected. And so the paper, we seek to ensure then that the paper that are presented can confirm whether that discussion has occurred. So that is very, very important. And while we haven't necessarily had any direct conversations with the Commission for Standards in Public Life on this particular matter, we agree that this input is important and it's a very important part of governance. And from our perspective, especially, and like I said, that's just for the papers, but we have overseen an exercise which is now nearing its completion. That's the development of the National Disability Policy, which has really, I think, when it's all said and done and when we review how that was generated, the team which Mr. Lewis has most ably chaired has set the new standard for policy development, public input, stakeholder input, etc. And I think that will be a good test case for policy development going forward. That's our hope. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for providing sort of a little bit of a description of what has happened since we've conducted our audit, which I appreciate. When we conducted our work, that was not there, so I think a lot has happened in the approximately 2 years since we conducted this audit. So, however, just auditors always have that however. You know, we believe more could be done, and in that process, the stakeholder having stakeholder involvement, risk management, all that, we believe should be more formalized. When we did our audit, we looked at 7 criteria. And I go back to that because, we're auditors. That's what we are. That's our expectations. And one of those expectations was in the criteria E, that there be an effective risk management process in place to identify, evaluate, and respond to risks that could impact on the achievement of results. Now, that means when you put a risk management framework in place, it's inherently embedded in all aspects of management, including the planning phase, the planning when you're actually hiring people, when you're actually controlling and putting in place proper control frameworks. As good auditors, we know that the good control frameworks manage your risks of protection of public assets, etc. And it's embedded throughout the process, including your reporting, what you report on, what you don't report on, what are the risks associated with ensuring that your reports are accurate and are properly prepared for the readers that are going to actually read those reports. So you assess its risks. The risk framework is throughout your management process. And that's what the governance framework that we have been using, and this is the good governance standard for public services, but more recently, and I think it's only fair that we also talk about the fact that the IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, and SIPFA have used that framework and have elaborated on it in something called the International Framework Good Governance in the Public Sector. It built on those 7 principles that are in the good governance standards that we used as an audit criteria. But what I'd like to say though is that they're in here though. The description of what risk management is in in any public sector organization, regardless of its size, is quite well defined, and I think that those need to be, if you wish, more formalized in the government and maybe better considered in terms of the decision-making process, because every decision that is made by government, whether it be at a very low level or by cabinet at a very significant level, needs to take into consideration risks of the organization and the risk management framework. And unless you document and understand what that risk management framework is, just as Mr. Dunn documents the financial management framework and all the other important management frameworks, those don't get implemented properly unless everybody knows what it is and is operating in the same way. So whether you're a senior manager or a very low-level manager, or if you're just delivering the services, you should know what those risks are. Anyway, I'm just elaborating a little bit on the fact that what we were expecting to find in terms of good governance is defined in this particular document, which we used as our expectations, and has now been elaborated even further, so that there's even better descriptions. And I believe, this is just a personal view. I mean, since the most critical decisions of government are made at the cabinet level, I would argue that might be the best place for, the consideration what kind of risk management framework the government should have in place, whether it be at a very complex level or somewhat more simple, but it should be there nonetheless at some level, and that's what we're talking about in terms of the audit that we performed.
Any response?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm more than happy to work with the Auditor General's office in exploring options for an enhanced risk management framework. Again, if there's anything we can do to support that being disseminated and implemented at the ministry level and portfolio level, and then ensuring that is being carried out when things are being brought before cabinet, I see no harm in that. And in fact, I do see that as great value being added. So thank you very much, Mr. Rubin. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response. It was the sort of thing we'd like to see. Further questions for Mr. Rose and Mr. Lewis? Mr. Connolly?
Mr. Chairman, just through us, through you to the Cabinet Minister, Cabinet Secretary, what are any other things that we can do as a committee to assist you in getting some of those recommendations by the Auditor General, got that one right, that can address some of these shortcomings in the future. I mean, it's good to see that you've stepped up to the plate and taking them on board and actively seeking them, but is there anything this committee can do to assist?
I thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to appear here today with my colleague, Mr. Lewis, and to share some views. This is the first time I'm doing this, so I welcome this sort of dialogue, and I welcome the offers of assistance and support. As I mentioned, this is an evolving role, and I must give much praise and credit to the Deputy Governor and the Honourable Premier for their support in seeing the Cabinet Office develop. We all work in lockstep, and we recognize that we're all unique creatures of the Constitution, and so it's a work in progress, really and truly starting to get all the various levers and mechanisms which the Constitution envisioned working and going in the right direction. So we're getting things up and running. And so, again, with much credit to my colleague, my fellow chief officers, we have, in essence, kind of inserted ourselves into the equation. And when you do that, there is always some natural friction and an adjustment on all sides. But everyone has been exceedingly supportive and gracious in allowing us to take on the responsibilities which were envisioned in the Constitution. I say that to say that I do believe that there's an area where we could add greater value, and that is perhaps at the starting point of the strategic phase for the government, when the government is identifying its priorities. I do believe that we haven't quite struck the right balance yet when we start off our process. I think we still start off our process with a financial figure that we're trying to work towards, instead of pulling putting the priorities, the actual strategic priorities of the government on the table, and then examining how much money we have to achieve those things. And I think that more or less is a vestige of or something that's left over from the days prior to the Cabinet Office really taking up its role as envisioned by this Constitution. And so, as we know, we've embarked on reform, public management, public finance reform, and public management reform, and we've experimented with outputs, and we're kind of moving that around again. And I think the focus should be more on outcomes, and from the perspective of the Cabinet Office, which is supporting the Premier and the Cabinet in driving forward its policy priorities. The key for the political arm is the outcomes. They're not too worried about the outputs, right? And I think we've figured that out the painful or the hard way in the past couple of years. So it's a work in progress. So I think we would appreciate your support in continuing to revamp that particular process, to ensure that the policy priorities are centrally identified and that cascades downward, and that the strategic phase is indeed a lot more strategic, and that it involves it's something that I believe the civil service craves. We would crave to be more involved in that phase of things. We recognize that from the political perspective, there needs to be agreement and a space there for them to identify what the priorities are. But if that's not clearly articulated to us as chief officers and the civil servants who are expected to carry these priorities out, then it perhaps may make the financial appropriation phase a little more convoluted than it actually needs to be. It could be a lot more efficient from that perspective. So I think that's where the Cabinet Office could add a lot more value in that process. And that's where we would hope to do and work, continue to work with the Ministry of Finance to, again, enhance governance from that perspective, because it starts from the very top. If we know what those policy and priorities are, and if we're involved in helping to ensure that we are properly resourced and focused at the ministry and portfolio level, then I think you will see better results going forward. I'm not sure if there's anything that my colleague, Mr. Lewis, would wish to add to that.
Mr. Chair, I think the Cabinet Secretary covered it very well. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions then, gentlemen, I'm happy to excuse you and thank you for your testimony before the committee today. And thank you too for your openness and frank way in which you've accepted and responded to the questions here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We could at this time call the next group of witnesses into the chambers. They would be Mr. Kirkland Nixon, Mr. Albert Anderson, and I understand that they are accompanied by Mr. Tom Guyton, all from the Airports Authority. Good afternoon, sir. If you could just take a seat here on the right. Gentlemen, thank you for being here this afternoon and for the testimony you're about to give. For the sake of the record, I would ask you if you would each speak into the microphone, state your name and your title.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kirkland Nixon, and I'm the chairman of the Airports Authority.
Okay, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Albert Anderson, CEO, Airports Authority.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tom Guyton, Deputy Chairman, Cayman Island Airports Authority.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do either of you have an opening statement that you might like to make to this committee before we actually begin questioning? You don't have to.
I suppose, Mr. Chairman, I should say something. I would like to state for the record that the board found the audit quite useful. I have been around government for a long time, and we've heard the term good governance used in all different contexts, but it's the first time that we really have seen what I would call a roadmap on what good governance is all about and how one goes about achieving it. And we're thankful for the Audit Office for doing the work they did with us. We found it quite useful.
Thank you, sir. Members of the committee, these gentlemen are open for your questions.
Mr. Chairman, through you, perhaps to the chairman of the board, what specific actions have you taken since the issuance of the report to, I guess, assess your governance with the framework?
There's a number of areas that we have focused on, and perhaps what I'll do is defer to our new CEO. We prepared a paper that sort of highlighted some of the areas that that we were in discussion with the Auditor General about, we felt that we should focus on and strengthen. So Albert, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Breaking me in.
This is the first time, so.
Okay, so I think the key thing was that we implemented a new organizational structure at the Airports Authority. Is this on? A new organizational structure which is designed to ensure that we can deliver on the strategic objectives of the authority. So that structure is actually being implemented now, and in parallel with that, we are developing a strategic plan that will then feed into the ownership agreement and be managed on a month-by-month, quarter-by-quarter basis in terms of comparing our performance against the strategic plan. So I think that's probably the key thing which sort of sets the foundation for the performance side of what we do. So as the chairman said, the report pointed out quite a few things to us that we need to work on, and we've started that work through developing a board policy manual, and that's still in draft form. We haven't completed it yet. So a lot of the items, and we can go into more detail if you like, but a lot of the items that came out of the report were being addressed in that manual, and what wasn't being addressed, we're taking proactively taking the steps to include those things. So I think while we're not there yet, we're well on the way to meeting most of these recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Just looking at some of those changes, and are there any kind of impediments or roadblocks in having you achieve those principles of good governance as described in the AG's report that you'd want to make this committee aware of, or are things generally going well and you have enough support and enough resources to get those things done?
I wouldn't say that there's any real roadblocks. I think the challenge is time when we get these things done. And there's the key factor there, a couple of factors. One is resource. So as part of the organizational restructure, there are a number of roles that we need to fill that will help take some load off, some operational load off, so that the people that need to get this work done can get it done. I think secondly is that, again, I see getting the structure in place as a key part of not necessarily delivering this, but us moving forward as an organization. And there are a number there. Sorry. Oh, is that better? That sounds better to me. So there's some. The structure is key, as I said, and so now that we have that ready to roll, and the timing of this whole thing didn't quite work out the way probably it should have, but we just have to make sure that what we want to achieve with that can fit within our budget. So therefore, there may be some things we can do this year, and then there may be some things we have to put off until we get into a new budget year. But as far as roadblocks that says no, we can't get it done, from where I sit, I don't see any major roadblocks.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. That's good news. On the front, I know the Airports Authority is going through a major capital project now. How are you finding implementing this roadmap and good governance? How is that affecting your ability to carry out the major projects, whether it's efficiently, financially? Are you finding any hurdles with that?
Yes, I think again from a timing perspective, there are a number of based on the FFR, for example, there's a number of things we have to do before we can actually place an order, if you want to call it that. And we're going through those things. We're very, very strict about doing that. So, that takes time. And if any of you tried to go through the airport on a Saturday, you would realize that we don't have too much time, but we are absolutely tuned into doing that the right way. And then that also applies to the interim. We're trying to put some interim plans in place to try and ease the pain of that congestion problem during the time that the development is happening. And that's also being impacted by the time to go through to just do things right. But we are doing them right and trying to move it as quickly as possible.
Mr. Anderson, I do have one question. Do you believe or do you think that any additional legislation or regulations are required in order to better establish the accountability arrangements for statutory authorities and government companies and the core government?
Actually, there was one item as we went through the report and prepared for today. It seems that the airport authority law has some aspects of it that may need adjusting in order to fully comply. And I speak to sections 16 and 17 of the law. And if I could just elaborate a bit. Section 16 states that that subject to the approval of the board, the chief executive officer may employ at such remuneration and on such terms and conditions as may be approved from time to time by the board, such employees and engage under contract for such services, such professional, technical, and other assistance as the chief executive officer considers necessary to carry out the functions of the authority. And section 17 states that subject to this law, the board shall determine the executive, management, and administrative structure of the authority for the necessary and proper discharge of the functions of the authority, including without limitation, the delegation of functions to directors, employees, and subcommittees of the board. And we feel that that kind of doesn't comply with some of the points that were being made in the report, where those particular items, I think generally, as a result of the report, to follow good governance should be the sole duty of the CEO. That's the only one that we could find that that probably needs a bit of adjustment.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the auditors if we've gotten this right, that this really ought to change. It's an anomaly in the law where the board has executive authority over staff. And the board fully agrees with the recommendation. It should be removed.
Yes, generally speaking, that is the complete perspective. The board has the responsibility in appointing the CEO, but then the CEO has the responsibility of managing the organisation and effectively appointing the staff to help them manage the organisation. And that is a clear responsibility. Once you get involved in the actual management decisions, how can you provide oversight on something that you're managing directly? That's the key issue. So from our perspective, the clear role is that the CEO is responsible for managing the organisation, including the appointment of staff, and reporting to the board on the effective achievement of the strategic objectives that the board has set for the authority, and being held accountable for that, achieving that.
Okay. Mr. Connolly?
I think this is for the board again, and it's kind of to do with recent headlines, etc. But it's what impact has the involvement of politicians outside the current governance framework had on your operations, on the accountability for achieving results?
Go ahead. Time for you to speak.
I mean, I would say none. You know, we have a good team. We know what we have on our plate. we see the headlines too, but we don't really pay a lot of attention to it. We know we're taking the high road. We know we have a good leadership in place. You had asked Albert what actions had taken place since the audit came out, and there's a lot of things going on at the airport. And one of the things with the board policy and procedures manual, one of the holdups is just clerical help, frankly. I mean, we have a draft that's probably ready to roll, but as you know, we're faced with ramping up for the capital projects. Albert's running a lot of emergency projects to deal with overcrowding at the airport, stuff that should have been done a long time ago. We've ramped up the finance department in that we've created a position over the top of everything that was there before for a qualified accountant, and that post has been filled. And that's huge for us going forward. And to answer the question about ramping up for the capital projects, that was key. So the financial information is starting to tighten up and be more accurate. So we're not really paying attention to the press.
And I would just like to add that we've been in office, what 14, 15, about a year. And the minister has visited the boardroom once, and all that time, and I think Mr. Hugh was there, and that was simply to introduce us to the staff, and we haven't seen him since. If he has a directive to give, it comes through his chief officer in writing, and we appreciate that. So if we fail or whatever, it won't be through political interference. That doesn't occur in this instance, nor would be, should I say, tolerated. No.
Any other questions for these gentlemen?
We had some suggestions.
If not, then gentlemen, I will thank you for, oops, go ahead, sir.
Sorry. Yeah, I think I answered the question about changes to the law, but I think there's particularly one other thing that I believe would help, or we believe would help the statutory authorities in general, because the report quite rightly calls for things like annual reports and things like table of delegated duties, etc., and a number of, let's say, reports or just records, for the matter of records, that I believe would be good for all of the SAGCs if there was a central repository of templates that you could use. So if you got to do an annual report, you would have everyone doing it in the same format, not the same content, obviously, but in the same format. If you have a table of delegated duties, it would be in the same format, and that would help not just the SAGCs, but also the ministries as our central government, because they'll be able to assess everything in the same way. So that was just one other recommendation that we would make to try and improve things.
Sorry.
So go ahead, Tom.
No, I was just going to, just guidance material in general. A new board comes in, it's usually a wholesale change. We would have expected to find mature documents on the shelf and pick up where the last board left off, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And our understanding is that across the SAGCs, everybody's reinventing the wheel in a lot of cases. Yeah. So templates and guidance documents for how you all would like to see statutory authorities organized would be helpful.
I do have one question for you, though. Mr. Guyton, you and Mr. Nixon, you, in my mind, effectively volunteers on the board of an authority. Once appointed, do you receive, or have you received any sort of sensitivity training in these principles of good governance and accountability that we're talking about?
Would you like me to answer that?
Give it straight and true.
Well, I mean, everybody knows I've been with government for a long time, most of my working life, and I've served on numerous government boards. And you keep hearing the term good governance. And what I say to start off with, this is the first time that that you're really starting to understand what the term really means. People just throw it out, good governance, right? And Mr. Rubin was the first one when we first started to talk. He sent me some documents, I think it's a Canadian document, explaining what good governance was. And then we started to talk about, well, how could we get some training? It turned out there's nobody really here that does good governance training, so you're starting from scratch. So the whole exercise has been very educational, and finally I think we're getting to the point where we now understand what good governance is. And I would like to say that I think a lot of boards want to comply. It's just having a difficult time getting there, you know. So training is very, very important. And I suppose we'll get there soon, you know. But yeah, it's been difficult.
Okay. I'd like to add to that. I had experience with a previous government department, and I think I learned the most about good governance through bad governance. And I've seen in the past where board members came in and they're politically appointed civilians off the street, so to speak, and come in and don't really understand the difference in the executive management team and a board member. In fact, some boards go so far as to designate people, you know, you're in charge of accounts and you're in charge of marketing and so on and so forth, and it just encourages micromanagement in some of the boards. So I became passionate about it from that experience, and in the business that I run, I'm very strict about it, and there's a definite division. And we made sure that Albert understood that that's how we felt about it when we recruited him as well. And it, yeah.
Just speaking about the SAGCs, and in his report, the Auditor General indicated that the framework in place to hold SAGCs to account wasn't working well. And, you know, what do you believe is preventing government and the SAGCs from implementing ownership and purchase agreements that set out clear performance objectives and accountability for results expected by those agreements?
I think it is simply the demand for that level of performance. So there's no one saying to me that I need to submit a report of my performance versus the ownership agreement by the 20th of June 2014, and then again, you know, each quarter. That it doesn't come. So that's no excuse for me not doing it. You know, I should still do it. But if there's no demand for it, then why should I do it? I think that's very simply the way I see it.
And you think legislation or regulation could help that to a certain degree? By putting these expectations and time frames and reports.
Well, I think it's a basic business requirement. I mean, you know, I worked in the private sector for a long time, and that was it. You need to get a report to me by 8 o'clock Monday morning. If it means you got to work the whole weekend, it means you got to work the whole weekend. And anyone who's running a business or operating at a high level in a business should be, you know, concerned and be able to deliver on that, whether for the purposes of a government or a public service organization that needs to be put in regulation or law to make it work. I'm not that well versed to be able to answer that. But you know, at the end of the day, I'm the CEO of the organization. I take accountability for what I need to do. And if the board or whoever says, well, you're not delivering your reports on time, bye. You'll get someone who can do it.
I think if I can add to that, it all comes back to strategic planning as well. And the ownership agreement, you know, needs to, I think, synchronize our strategic planning with government strategic planning, and that's probably something that needs to be stronger. It's not just a statutory requirement that we produce an ownership agreement. I mean, there should be some real planning that goes into that so that it's meaningful. And you know, we as a board, that's all we need, just the strategic plan. Where do you want us to go? What do we need to do to push the country's agenda? And we have a leader in place that can take that and run with it as well. So.
My just final question and is you know, what other recommendations do you think would be helpful from this committee, in addition to the ones that the Auditor General has made, that would help address some of these things and make your job a bit clearer and easier?
I think that if we just write a report with some recommendations and just leave it to hope that it gets done, it probably in a lot of cases won't happen. So there needs to be some follow through, whether that is from the Auditor General or from the central government, to ensure that, you know, really and truly I would expect to see that each authority's shortcomings are clearly identified and a time frame given, an agreed time frame by when it will be delivered. And then you manage that organization against that objective and that time frame. That's what I would, certainly within the airport, we'll do that ourselves and make that happen. But it should come from.
Perhaps the system that the CA uses to audit the airport on compliance with regulatory requirements for aviation is an example of what Albert is talking about. We get audited on a regular basis, and then the auditors come in they may be there every day for a week. They come in whenever they want, and they demand to see what action has been taken. You have to give them timelines, and they stick with the timelines. So the airport is on a rigid regulatory regime as far as their safety is concerned and complying with international requirements. But as far as meeting government, now it's a whole different ball game. You know, somebody sends you a memo, or, you know, you need to do it by so and so, and well, mañana will do, and that sort of approach. So there's a big difference with what the regulators in the aviation world require and what government is requiring, and perhaps what Albert is saying, you need to be more vigilant and demanding that you get what you need on a timely basis. Is that? Yeah.
Just to add again, going back to good governance, instead of this sort of gray area, we want good governance, specific guidelines, templates, whatever. You know, you must have a policy procedures manual. It has to have these headers. I think if government provided that and then you come to us and we don't have any such document, it's negligence on our part. But expecting everyone to do the right thing, and I don't know how many statutory authorities you have, but I know it's a lot. You're probably, if you have 27, you're going to have 27 different sets of documents done 27 different ways, and you might not be happy with any of them.
I'm just some thoughts on some of this in terms of mechanism forward, because one of the key issues is that we do see there's 26 statutory authorities and government companies doing things their own separate ways on everything, and there's an opportunity here for government to actually have a public bodies unit or something that's providing the key guidance and the key advice around financial management, HR, governance, all sorts of aspects to try and create some consistency. It still leaves the authorities with flexibility, but create some consistency about how you approach things and the policies, etc., and providing clear like procedures and guidance for how boards should operate, etc., which doesn't necessarily have to be legislated, but clear policy guidance around how you should actually effectively implement it. You know, there's some things like that. In terms of things like the reporting back to the ministries, the law already has some requirements around reporting in terms of financial performance and against ownership, etc. It's just been, to an extent, it's been compliance has been an issue, and about clearly integrating strategic direction and policy from government and the strategy of individual authorities in terms of what is in the ownership agreement, and actually making them real documents in that, from that perspective, because they haven't, from our perspective, they're essentially just a process to get budget approved, generally speaking, rather than actually an effective mechanism for holding the authorities accountable for their actually what they said they deliver strategically and in line with the government policy. So, just a few thoughts.
Now I can thank you and excuse you from the committee. Thank you too for your forthrightness and the honesty and candidness with which you've responded to the questions today. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're excused. I would like to go ahead and call our next witnesses to the chamber. They are Mr. Errol Bush, the chairman of the Port Authority, and Mr. Paul Hurlston, who is the director of the Port Authority. Gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for coming to this meeting of the Public Accounts Committee. I know we're way behind in terms of your presence here, and I apologize for that, but it's taken us quite, a bit longer to get through these reports than probably we had anticipated, but I appreciate your patience. For the sake of good order, could I ask you each if you would please speak into the microphone, state your name and your title.
Errol Bush. I am the chairman of the Port Authority of the Cayman Islands.
Thank you, sir.
Paul Hurlston, Port Director.
Thank you, sir. Now, do either of you have an opening statement you'd like to make, or you don't have to, but we do give you the opportunity?
Just briefly, we found the governance documents very helpful. Some of them are quite lengthy, but overall it was a very good experience for us to go through them. And I think that we have a good idea now of where we need to go to achieve and what we need to do to achieve the good governance under those guidelines.
Okay. Mr. Hurlston, do you have a statement or anything you'd like to say?
No.
Okay, sir. If I could then, if you don't mind, members don't mind if I just kick things off then and ask you, Mr. Bush, can you tell me, what do you believe is your role with regard to ensuring that the principles of good governance as described in the Auditor General's report are followed and are implemented?
Well, as chairman of the board, I think that my role is to oversee the decisions made by the board, and whereas I'm not an expert on this good governance, but we do have people on our board who are well versed in it, and that is our chief officer. Excuse me. And I'm ex-official member, again, Mr. Michael Nixon, who helps in this. As far as good governance is concerned, I think good governance to me is a good example of common sense mixed in with business. And we are trying to achieve that. And my role in that is to see that we do succeed in it.
Mr. Hurlston, could you answer it as the same question as well from your perspective as director of the port?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. From my perspective, good governance for the executive officer is to have clear policies and procedures, written policies and procedures, which we do have now, and to ensure that they're carried out. Also, to carry out the wishes of the board under the appropriate laws.
Thank you, sir. Members of the committee, pick up from here.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there were a number of recommendations by the Auditor General. Which of those have been taken on board since the report, and what specific actions have you taken to, I guess, try to achieve better governance on the board and just your operations?
I think I'll let the Port Director carry that one.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the board is embarked on looking at the organization structure. I think this is something that is in the makings now. We got to do a comprehensive review of the Port Authority and all the roles, and this should be carried out in due course.
But in terms of, I guess, the board, how it operates, how it interacts with management, any of those things that were identified in that report, what's been taken on board, or what's being taken on board, and how are you trying to achieve those recommendations?
Well, I must admit that I was just, as we came into this building, I was just given the results of the survey that was carried out. And I just went through them quickly. Several of those have been corrected. We have created one or two committees to act in it, in its capacity as we've created an audit committee. And another committee that was created was sort of a working committee to look into the overall expenses of the port, operational expenses, I should say, to try to achieve greater functions or more efficient functions with less, on a more economical basis, I should say. We have not yet got that report. It is in its final stages. When we do get that, that will be going a long way towards correcting some of the things that have been outlined in the audit, which, as the 2013 audit clearly states, that the Port Authority is a concern that if it were in the private industry, it would be a grave concern that it was no longer a functional operation. We want to correct that. Our first decision on the board was that we were going to run, the board was going to run and operate the Port Authority as a business. And to that effect, I think that we are trying our best to do that. Mr. Conley's answer to that, to corrections of that survey, I cannot really answer right now, as I have only just seen the answers to that survey on my arrival here today. I will be addressing those. Some of them have already been addressed, although I didn't know they needed to be, or they were in a survey, but they have, some of those have been addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. And I guess overall, when I'm looking at this, the survey of the statutory authorities and government company governance, and we're looking at the Appendix 2 on page 27. I don't know if you have that you don't have that in front of you, and I guess this goes on to part of your questions or your answers to the previous question, but when we're talking about the survey questions on focusing on organizations' purpose and strategic direction, defined functions and roles, corporate values, decision-making process and managing risks, the capacity building for board members, engaging stakeholders, and finally the processes and practices. These are all things that I guess you're actively seeking to I guess either say that check the box saying that we're already doing them, or taking them on board going forward. And would it be, and this is a question through the chairman, would it be something in this committee's ambit to ask that a follow-up of that be given in the future, or is that something that we would wait for the Auditor General to report on at the next audit? I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
We had discussed the possibility of the Auditor General following up on some of these reports at a later point in time. Do you have something you'd like to add, Auditor General?
We can do that, and there's within your role that you can ask the various authorities to come and report on the progress they say they're making in terms of these areas if you wish as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would be glad to comply with anything that you think is necessary. Certainly we will be addressing these issues now.
And thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, or Chairman of the Board. And then my follow-up question then was, in your opinion, what are the impediments to achieving certain principles of good governance described in the Auditor General's report? For example, the board appointments, the board operations, the appointment of CEO, involvement of ministry, involvement of the minister, and any communication issues, etc. I mean, how are those being looked at in their totality, and are there any impediments, including political interference, if any, in that process?
We have had actually no political interference into our organization since I've become chairman. As for direction from the ministry, I was told I was going to be appointed chairman. I was given a letter and told on to get on with the job. I think that one of the issues that I find very confusing is that we do not know what central government expects of us. We know that we have a port to run, we know what the port's functions are, but we have no clear direction as to what is expected from central government and where we should go with it. We do know where we want to go, but we have certain impediments in that, and those are mostly financial. But we do need guidance from the ministry, what is expected, where he wants to end the next 4 years at, where he would like the Port Authority to be. And of course, we have an antiquated law that it needs to be addressed along with the regulations. They have not been really revised since their implementation. and we need that to be done.
Mr. Bush, I think you may have alluded a little bit to it, but at the moment, the port is, in conjunction with the ministry, is facing or about to engage or has started or embarked upon what is largest development project probably in this country's history in terms of dollar value, with the port expansion and the cruise pier terminal. What are the challenges that the board or the port faces with regard to managing and dealing with a project of this magnitude?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, the board really has nothing to do with that project. It is being run by a steering committee. The board's representative on that committee is the port director and his deputy. But the board itself has no part to play in the planning or implementation of plans for that project.
Mr. Hulsner, what about the involvement of you're involved clearly on the steering committee. What about the rest of your management team? Are they engaged in giving advice or other participation?
The Deputy Port Director Operations sits on the committee also with myself. We're the two representatives from the Port Authority.
But in terms, I guess, Mr. Chairman, just to add to your question, in terms of major capital projects and the kind of governance framework that exists today, I mean, what are your views on how that could be more effective, and would you think or not think that as director of the port, your expertise, your say so, or your know-how, and also the fact that at some point in time you'll probably have to be carrying out some of these things, that you shouldn't be more involved at this stage in order to deliver the project on time and at cost, and just talk about logistics? Or is that part of what you're doing now? And if it is it adequate?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the steering group committee was set up based on recommendations from the FCO, which set out the guidelines which has to be followed. It's chaired by the Chief Officer of the Ministry of Tourism, and there's a representative from the finance, there's a representative from the Public Works Department, and also a project manager. We're in the early stages of procurement, doing EIA studies. So at this stage, from the Port Authority's perspective, from my perspective, I give whatever input that I can, and it's a whole matter of the whole steering group making decisions.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Can I
sir,
just make an observation here? I think one of our observations around the major port project, the redevelopment, is the governance is a bit, shall we say, strange from our perspective, in terms of what role does the actual board have in terms of the governance, in terms of the port, the redevelopment of the port, as they are charged with the actual managing and operating, or being accountable for the oversight of that, providing the strategic direction for the port. If they have no specific role in terms of the redevelopment of the port, so it's confusing, I suppose, is the best way to describe it at the moment, in terms of what the relationship of the board has in terms of the port redevelopment. And I understand obviously from core government's perspective, it's such a major capital project and trying to manage the risk, but the board has to have some sort of specific role in terms of oversight here, because they have to manage the port. Well, not manage it themselves, but they are responsible for the port and accountable for it delivering its services ultimately. And without any idea what's going on in terms of that major capital project, it's very difficult for them to actually fulfill their role effectively, I would suggest.
Yeah. I have to agree, see it as a real big risk here that in terms of good governance that does not exist.
Because the risk is that core government and the Port Authority are going in different directions, strategically, potentially.
Mr. Rubin?
Yes, I'd like to just add to the Auditor General's comments, Mr. Chairman. Just that a steering committee, which has been described by the witnesses here, is a key element of good project management, and of course is critical to the success of a project. But there's many other elements of what a project management framework should include, including like the project sponsor and the project manager, etc., as we go through the whole process. But key to the success, as the Auditor General said, is somebody who is responsible overall for the project, and that's a bit murky in terms of our understanding at this time, because as stated, it's the port's asset. Yet there doesn't seem to be any, the engagement doesn't seem to be there at this time that we would think would be, for a project of this nature. We just think that it needs to be clarified in terms of what the overall governance framework will be and who the steering committee will ultimately report to.
Okay.
Just to finalise on that, I think who's going to be held accountable ultimately for the delivery of the port, and if the Port Authority, the board itself, are not involved in the process, they can't be held accountable for if it went
for delivery of it.
For delivery of it, ultimately, and it's their asset you're delivering. It's just I think it's confusing, and there needs to be some clarity about how it's all going to work together.
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject for a few short seconds to say that the Acting Accountant General, Mr. Dunn, is on the committee that we're just speaking about. But it is my understanding that although it might be shocking to say, there is no definitive conclusion right now that there shall be a pair and a redevelopment. I think the function of the committee right now is actually making that assessment. So I'll ask Mr. Dunn to elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Chair, as the Financial Secretary pointed out, essentially the steering group is carrying out the requirements of the business case as required by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and taking into consideration various elements in terms of the environmental impact if there is to be piers out in Georgetown Harbor. What is the financial viability of such a project, whether through a public-private partnership or public sector financing, and the various components of that. So at this point, until we arrive at a conclusion as to whether or not it makes sense to have berthing facilities, how such a facility could be potentially financed, we're essentially going through a business case process, and perhaps that is the reason why the Port Authority as an organization in and of itself is not accessed in a more intimate manner. We have the participation of the port director and his deputy, which has been very valuable to the steering group in their contribution, but the board has not been involved because, as I understand it, we're not at that stage yet, because it may very well conclude at the end of this that we shouldn't have pairs.
Okay. Thanks for the information. Mr. Conway?
In terms of strategic direction from government, you said there hasn't been any. The going forward has in the past or this government required regular reports and kind of justification of monies given over to the port, things like that, accountability procedures that you follow generally, or is that also kind of up to the port to feed back to central government. I guess I might be muddling it a bit, but I'm just trying to find out what procedures there are in place and what the relationship in terms of information and accountability back to core government is for the port and other statutory authorities.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to you. The port is one of those organizations that generally contribute to central government. So in terms of the accountability of what government gives us, that's not really an issue. But there have been no, like we said, there's no strategic plan, and there's been no, I guess, follow-up on the port's performance based on its agreements with the government. We project what our revenues will be. In the past, we used to contribute to government before the recession, but things changed a bit that we talked about. But there's never been any follow-up on or any specific guidelines on what the Port Authority should contribute as a dividend to the government, and our reasons when we can't do it, why.
I guess, would it help you if this committee made recommendations to ensure that those mechanisms were in place? So A, you knew what was expected of you, government knew how to measure performance based on those expectations and performance agreements, etc. Is that something that this committee could help in terms of recommendations?
I think that would be a good idea, to have that in place from central government. Yes, we've never had that. We've always, in the past, when I 13 or 14 years ago, we had a sort of loose agreement with the financial secretary at the time that we would contribute 10 or 15% of our income yearly, and the rest would go into capital expenditure. The law does not state that. The law states that we can only hold $100,000. Well, $100,000 can't even pay a week's wages for us anymore. So, you know, our laws need to be changed. They need to be certainly clear-cut and not antiquated as they are.
Any other questions for these gentlemen? There are no further questions, and gentlemen, I thank you for your testimony before the committee today. Thank you for your forthrightness and your candid answers to our questions. We release you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I would at this time like to call our final two witnesses for the day. They are Mr. Brian White, Chairman of the Cayman Turtle Farm, and Mr. Tim Adam, who is the Managing Director of the Cayman Turtle Farm. I'm just waiting on one member of the pack to return so that we can be quorate. But I mean, I think even at this point, just for the record, could each of you speak into the microphone, state your name and your position? Should be a button right there that you can just press to turn on it with light. Yeah.
It's Brian White, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Cayman Turtle Farm.
Tim Adam, Managing Director of Cayman Turtle Farm.
Good. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for appearing before the committee today. Do either of you have a statement that you might like to make before we actually proceed to question you? There's no requirement for you to, but feel free to make an opening statement if you would like.
Just briefly, we had just been appointed as a new board, and I think the reports were helpful to us, just getting our feet wet, learning about the Cayman Turtle Farm, what had happened, what was going on, how it was being run. And it was interesting to get these reports and kind of get an idea of what we should be doing or looking for or trying to achieve. And I would say we haven't had specific directions. I think the general feeling is obviously we're trying to reduce any burden on government financially as far as we can. And we have that sort of, not a directive, but certainly we understand that's what we're trying to do, but no specific directions in what we need to achieve. So these reports helped quite a bit in terms of understanding what our responsibilities were and what we should be trying to achieve as a board. So they were helpful to us.
Okay, thank you.
To see how we measured up and where there are areas that we can improve.
Members of the committee, the gentlemen are available for your questioning.
Mr. Chairman, through you, having gone through that exercise in the survey, what specific actions have you taken since the issuance of the Auditor General's report to assess your governance structure and also just to align it with the principles outlined in his report?
I think one of the good things about the report as well was it drew out examples in various of the statutory authorities and government companies as to where things were being done right, where there was some good examples. And so that's beneficial as well, is to get feedback and affirmation of certain things that we're doing that are along the lines that meet expectations. So that was quite helpful. And then having the improvement opportunities itemized, we went through and each one, for example, in the first section, the improvement opportunities came at number 27 and number 28. Number 27 talked about a mission statement and a strategic plan and risk identification, mitigation, and so on to be included in the strategic plan. So we then evaluated ourselves against that. Well, we do have a mission statement. There is a strategic plan that was put together back in 2010 that we have been working our way through. It was quite a long-term plan. Revised strategic plan could be something that the board works on now, looking ahead, say another 5 years, once we are able to get a hold of the Ernst & Young report to see whether that has pertinent elements that need to be cast into a new strategic plan for Cayman Turtle Farm. So that would be one thing that I think we could follow up on to pursue. And then also things like the board meetings. Our board meets monthly. It receives regular financial performance updates during those monthly meetings. And one of the things we've done now is since the beginning of July, we have changed over to new point of sale systems and new financial accounting software. And the work is still in progress to improve on the reporting to make it more timely and more meaningful, the operational reporting that we get from it to help in regard to measuring against achievement of the strategies and the outcomes that we're trying to reach. In section 28, talked about the improvement opportunity of strategic goals and objectives covering a 3-year period. And I think typically our submissions on the ownership agreement have been focused really on the coming year rather than the full 3-year period. And so that's something I think we can work on for the new upcoming ownership agreement submissions in subsequent years. Once we have the chance, I say, to put together a good 5-year strategic plan and refresh of the strategy we had before, is then to integrate into the ownership agreement those elements that cover the next 3 years. And again, moving on from that, in section 44, although that wasn't an improvement opportunity as such, but it did cite Cayman Turtle Farm as a good example of delegation from the board to the management. We have a very definitive table of delegated authorities, and I'd be happy for that to be used as a template. I know a previous SAGC was suggesting it'd be nice to have a template, and if that is deemed appropriate, that's one way we could don't have to reinvent the wheel. We could show an example of how it's working for us and then obviously be modified for use in other entities. Another piece of good news is in section 46 talked about the appointment of CEO, but in my experience in Cayman Turtle Farm, it is a board that appoints a CEO, which is in line with what the government's framework would expect. In terms of improvement opportunities following on in that section, number 51 speaks to the job descriptions for the CEO, which we do have, the job description for the managing director, but we don't presently have position descriptions for the chairman, for the directors, but their duties are defined in the Articles of Association, so it's not like they don't have something to define it. But again, that's something to be considered. And again, we worked our way through all these improvement opportunities to see which ones we felt we were compliant with, and with which ones we felt we need to, we have some opportunity to improve. I mean, I can go through point by point, but just to give you some examples of some of the things we were looking at.
No, I mean, that's fine, just in general in that. I guess I wanted to kind of glean if A, you thought it was a useful exercise, and B, there were things that you were taking on board. So, we pay for audits, we pay for the Auditor General. We want to see that, A, you're agreeing with their findings, but, probably more importantly, that you're acting on their findings in terms of just the overall governance structure.
Yes, and as I mentioned, we're going through step by step on each of these improvement opportunities and measuring up and then seeing where we can improve. But also we're looking at it, with some critical thinking. I mean, there's a concern expressed in the document in section 88, which talks about the method of which, or the direction in which things should come. The concept of taking a matter to the board for consultation and advice. It says it should only be accepted in the rarest of circumstances. A board can always give a CEO advice by not accepting a recommendation and deciding on another course of action. For a CEO to seek advice and direction from the board turns the governance framework upside down. I don't know that I necessarily wholeheartedly agree with that, because I find that our board is drawn from leaders with a variety of expertise and experience. So frankly, I have found that there are matters for which it's very valuable to take it to the board for discussion and advice and direction, rather than necessarily coming with a fully developed proposal. I think we can short circuit a lot of reinvention and rework sometimes by going to the board to present something, getting the board's input, and then developing the proposal that management is going to bring to the board for the final approval and final direction way forward. So, I mean, there are a couple of things in there that I think, that's one example where I wouldn't say I agree 100% with everything that's in there, but I think there's a lot in there that is well worth taking on board, well worth pursuing. Yeah. I mean, another comment I would have is very practical and mundane, but these are documents that I believe would be beneficial to be able to cut and paste parts of them into working documents that we would use on the board and use in management. And the present practices are that they are issued as PDF versions, and it's great to have them in electronic versions. The problem with the electronic versions that are distributed, though, is that they presently have, not all of them, but most of the documents have a type of security protection that doesn't allow copying or highlighting, and it makes it really laborious, to be able to use as well as we want to use it, because we really want to use some of this wording. It's good stuff.
I think we can address that quite straightforwardly. We're just paranoid about putting things on our website without appropriate security attached to them. Yeah. But we can work around the way around dealing with that. Can I just make a comment here, actually? we suggested that you ask the turtle farm to come today because we found a lot of good practice being employed by the turtle farm and how it went about its business in terms of its, for example, we talk about the ownership performance and ownership agreements, and they're actually very specific in their ownership agreements about specific results they were intending to achieve in terms of things like hatchling numbers and things like that, increased by 20% or whatever else. So they were provided some good examples of some good practice across the statutory authorities and government companies in terms of actually how they went about the process of managing their resources. And we all know about their ongoing financial concerns and financial issues, but underlying all that is they're still trying to manage effectively and doing it in a way that we thought, and provided quite a lot of examples of good practice in terms of how they went about that.
You said that was in their ownership agreements with yeah, okay.
And if you look at the report, the accountability of statutory authorities and government companies, on page 12 and I think we talk about it on page 11, but then there's the actual examples on page 12 and 13. We've pulled out the case study of the turtle farm's actual ownership of performance and results expectations as a good example in the community so far.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I in fact had that page already open, and I was going to commend the chairman and the CEO on having these systems in place. You made one observation earlier about some of the practices that you have that could perhaps be shared with other SAGCs, and I don't know, Auditor General, if you've gone that far in that, if you've taken best practices that you've seen and suggested that they kind of be combined and perhaps, like I said, not reinventing a wheel, kind of used or at least recommended to core government that some of these things should be across the board. I mean, I know in several reports you do what I'm talking about, like almost a playbook, so to speak.
Yeah, there's always the opportunity to try and share good practice, and it's always been an objective of my office to try and do that, but trying to pull it all together as well as doing the audits proves challenging and with limited resources. It's always our priority is always to try and get our audit work done and meet that. So obviously we do have that vision and goal to try and pull out best practice, good practice. I always try and refer to it as good practice because what's best practice is just good practice reality. And how we can do that in an effective way that people can share and use across government, and pull practices from various jurisdictions and share that as well, because there's all sorts of practices you can pull out from various places, and lessons can be effectively learned rather than having to reinvent the wheel, which is what we see quite a lot, not just in the SAGCs, but across core government. We see ministries and departments reinventing the wheel as well. So it's about making the most of what limited resources you have in these situations and taking the best you can. Yeah, and I think it's something that we need to look at as an office about how we can do that more effectively and try to share actual physical examples of good practice.
But Chairman, I think again, just to emphasize it, what was really beneficial in the report was how the Auditor General's office did exactly that. They found good examples in different statutory authorities and government companies and actually cited the examples and cited copies of them. So you read not just the principle, but you shared with us what was actually done, the actual words, examples, and the case studies and so on. So I think that's extremely valuable to put meat on the bones of the principles that are trying to be got across. So thanks for that. That was very helpful.
Mr. Chair, just to say, I mean, we, as a new board, came and found what we think is good governance. Everything seemed to be being addressed to a very large extent by the management team that was there. We found they're constantly looking for ways to improve. And I think probably from this, in a general sense, one thing that we probably should be doing more of is long-term planning. I think when, as a board, we're meeting and we're dealing with monthly issues, we meet once a month, and probably even for the year when we do the ownership agreement and so on, we go through that, our goals for that. But we really hadn't done much long-term planning, and that's probably something we should be addressing. But other than that, we did find that most of the good governance was in place. I can't take credit for it; it was there, and we're just kind of maintaining it and making sure that we're continuing in the right direction as we see it.
Any other questions? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, through you. Then I'd just like to ask if there's any other recommendations that this committee could make along with those made to by the Auditor General that would assist you in carrying out your good governance, or any suggestions you may have that could strengthen that relationship between the statutory authorities and SAGCs and the government, core government?
For me, as a board member, I think it was mentioned earlier, if there was some sort of template in a sense of what is expected of us and what we should be doing. We come in and we're a new board. You're trying to learn what's been going on, and if you had some idea of what was really expected of us, what was our responsibilities clearly, then that probably would help. But
yes, and extending that somewhat, the document has in it a recommendation as to what all should be included in induction of new board members, and I think since we generally find a lot of that's done all at once for many different boards, or it's done within a month or two of each other, it would be good to have an induction training set of sessions for board members. I believe that would be very beneficial. There was some done, but it was very heavily focused on conflicts of interest. And while that was probably a major concern at the time, it's obviously not the only element involved in good governance that I think could be emphasized at this sort of induction session that we could have for the board members that are coming on new to the board. But there's laid on in there good information on what documentation they should be getting when they do come on board.
Okay.
And I think that was helpful. I think another thing that can help is to think about how to better strengthen the linkage between the government in developing its strategic policy statement and the SAGCs developing their strategies and in turn the ownership agreements from it, because they should flow one from another, and it varies, I guess, by SAGC, because in some years we find that the strategic policy statement has a particular area or areas of focus that we can draw directly from. In other years, the strategic policy statement is tackling other issues, so there is less of that direct linkage when we come to write the ownership agreement. But that's what we've attempted to do in each case, is to write an ownership agreement that can also point to particular points within the strategic policy statement to say this is how we are fulfilling our part of the SBS. So that's another area. And then a final, really minor point, but it just helps me. Sometimes I'm easily confused, but when we're reading documentation that refers to the chief officer, is one of the things that I think the Auditor General is doing now, and I think other areas are doing it as well, is although in some of the legislation the chief officer as a terminology applies both to the CEO as well as the chief officer of the ministry, it's really helpful, I think, to use that additional term, CEO or chief executive officer, when you're referring to the head of the SAGC rather than the chief officer of the ministry, and that helps clarify who's responsible for what again, these are minor points, but you can make it much more useful when we go producing and then reading and using these documents.
Okay.
But all in all, I think this was, I would say, a very worthwhile exercise.
Okay. Great. Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attendance here and for giving your testimony today. Thank you for your forthrightness and candidness in the way you approached things. This concludes the, I'll excuse you at this time, formally.
Thank you.
But,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And ladies and gentlemen of the Public Accounts Committee, that concludes today's deliberations. For the benefit of the press and anyone else that might want to be listening in, we are going to reconvene on the 16th of September to conclude our investigation on this report. I think we have probably 3 or 4 other groups of witnesses that will be before us that day. So until then, we are dismissed from the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you all.